Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We are going to be continuing Lostbelt 6. I hope you all are doing well today. Someone right off the bat here is asking who Kazura Drop is. And in Fate Extra CCC, there were introduced the Sakura 5, which includes BB and all of her other, I forgot what they call them, like terminals or whatever, but they're different versions of Sakura combined with different other legends and heroic spirits. And Kazura Drop was one that appeared specifically in the manga Fate Extra CCC Foxtail, and so she's a more obscure type moon character for sure, and because she was mixed with the fairy Murian in that story, now that they've got Murian in Fate Grand Order, they are making Murian's appearance look like one of the Sakura 5, so it's interesting. So let's see here. Why is Kazura Drop hated? I never heard that she was. At all. Did you see the official Master Servant artwork for Samurai Remnant? Yeah, I did. I went ahead and gave it a pre-order. I think it's sacrilege that I do it on PS5, but this game doesn't look like it's the kind of game that gets very censored in the first place. It's pretty tame as far as all the designs I've seen, and you can't deny the amazing graphics on that console, so that's what I wanted to go with. Plus, it's not like there's like a physical limited edition for Steam or something like that. I'm just hoping they get some better DLC than they've currently got. But we'll see. Yeah. So where did we end up last time? We are ringing the bells. Artoria is finally going on her journey and ringing the bells to oppose Morgan Le Fay. And we met Percival at Londinium, who has a human rebellion army, and so he's helped us. We've come under attack by Woodwoes, and we defeated him, thanks to Percival using the Spear of Selection, as well as Gareth having the premonition that Percival was going to lose the fight otherwise. Will Tomoe Gozen and Okita show up? That would be cool. I can't say that. It would be cool. I want Ushi Wakamaru, but... And yeah, you're right. Barrel Gut actually was the one who snuck in and did the final attack that killed Woodwoes, but only after everyone thought he was already dead. They didn't double tap him like they should have. And so, Barrel did it. He gobbled up the flesh of Woodwoes, claiming that there is indeed a spell in witchcraft that lets you turn into an animal, and it helps if you actually consume the creatures that you want when you want to become one. He's been also teaching Fairy Knight Tristan, Bobanshi, witchcraft as well. But it's even creeping her out. Wonder why he knows so much about witchcraft. I actually know that answer. I've already talked about it in my video on witchcraft, but yeah. And, oh yes, Aurora, the fairy Aurora, has an unnamed knight. Oh right, and Mashu is in the, Koyanskaya presumably killed the horse fae, right? Yeah, there's an unnamed knight that's with Aurora, and Mashu is in the past, 400 years ago. Right, right. The witchcraft barrel taught to Tristan is dangerous. It rots your soul, and so he was having her test it out for him. 2,400 years ago? Really? Right. Sorry, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. It's 400 years before Morgan took over. Absolutely. Correct. With that, let's dive in. That, and clearly Percival has a past with Melusine. Ash the Savior, Hector the hard-headed Black Knight. Oh. That's supposed to be Hector? Whoa. I didn't hear they give him his name before. Is that like the official design for Hector now? That's kind of hardcore. And Totorot the Tamlin. Yeah, my doggy is... She's still got a urinary tract infection, so it's not the most comfortable for her. We've got a plan set in motion for her care. And, yeah, but can we assume that regular Hector looks like that, too? I mean, we've never seen him before, right? It'd be nice to have another image to a face, you know? Or a face to the name. So she's just... so the dog's just here chilling out with me. No, I'm pretty sure that was Tamamo who did it. Not Tamamo, Koinskaya. Sorry. But we'll see. And Mashu, the mysterious shield knight who claimed to have come from 2,400 years in the future. Together, these four companions traveled the land of Britain, now free of clan warfare, as they made their way towards the pit. The year was Fey Era 400, about 6 months before the coronation was to be held at Londinium. So you haven't actually been reborn several times then, Ash? You've just been alive for a really long time? That's right. Whenever I banished a calamity, I'd always hide out in a cave and rest in a coffin for a while. Okay, vampire. She's like Arcuade. Let's see, I think I'd usually sleep for about 20 years or so. Anyway, disappearing like that, it's no wonder everyone thought I'd died in the fight. So why would you hide away from everyone like that? Wouldn't they want to shower you with gratitude for saving them from a calamity? No, they wouldn't. It was more like a black fog than a definite, like, oh, these are definitely bugs. But we'll see. But if it's not her, I have my next, theory. But we'll find out more as we go, right? No, they wouldn't. I'm a caster, the one who channels the voice of paradise. Most fairies in Britain hate everything about me. If I'd stuck around after banishing a calamity, I would inevitably end up being the cause of conflict myself. So I decided to hibernate when I let the clan leaders handle the post-calamity politics. Hibernate? As in literally sleeping all winter while there isn't enough food to go around? That's right. Plus it was a great way to recover the magical energy I spent banishing the calamities. But I won't have to do that this time. Things are going to change in Britain now that Uther's going to be king. This Lostbelt... I mean, this will no longer be a world where people kill each other for no reason. The fact that you said it in the future, it's the era of the High Queen, is proof that the world must have changed. Well, I guess that's true. The fairy Britain I knew was ruled by a single monarch, but still. Are things really that terrible in Britain right now, Ash? I know you said the clans were always fighting, but I just can't imagine that all fairies would be so aggressive. Yes, she does know what a Lostbelt is. There's only so much land in Britain. These days, there's enough for each clan to have their own territory, but that wasn't always the case. The land of Britain is very literally made from and built upon the bodies of dead fairies. It only took the form it has now at the cost of thousands of fairies being killed every day in constant warfare. So the very conflict the clans fought over, the limited land in this world, created more land to live on. For that reason, hating and killing other clans became not just accepted, but encouraged. Had it not been, Britain would still be as small today as it once was. So I've always just tried to prevent the calamities from wiping everyone out, while doing my best to stay away from the clan wars. You see, Totoro also told me of how the Isle of Britain is made from the bodies of dead fairies. I suppose I can see how that might make waging war to expand the livable territory here necessary, but why is it that Britain was small in the first place? In the world I originally come from, the Isle of Britain was much bigger than this. I can only imagine something strange must have happened long ago that made it necessary to rebuild the land with fairy corpses. Yes, I've wondered the same thing myself. Why did Britain end up like this? But I was only born 600 years ago, which I guess would be Fey Era 4000 from your perspective. 3,600 years ago, sorry, I knew I read that wrong. I guess Fairy Britain still is a giant graveyard, and nobody ever taught me anything about what happened in Fey Era 1200, when Britain first came into existence. That's not 1200, that's 12,000, god damn it. The numbers are hurting me today. Fey Era 12,000? It's about the same time Olympus diverged from proper human history. Important. Then, does that mean there's no British history that goes back further? Are there really only 12,000 years of Fey Era, and that's it? Yes, that I'm sure about. The records at Orkney said as much. In the beginning, there was only the ocean, 6 fairies, a shrine maiden, and a beast. Think we know what the beast was. Think we know what those fairies were. From the portrait. No, how many times do I have to tell you? If you want to dye it yellow, use your onion skins. If you want to prevent the colors from fading, you use salt. Boil some water, dissolve the salt, then soak the clothes. We went over this yesterday. Then making dyes. If you're not going to do it properly, then don't bother doing it at all. Just stick to tying enemies up. Totoro. How did it go again? How do you use yarn again? And how do you get cotton to look nice again? I don't know. I just don't know. Why am I like this? Why can't I do these simple things? Totoro, are you still up? What? Yeah, I'm up. I'm on guard duty tonight. I wasn't just practicing stuff or anything. Now, what are you still doing up? Go back to sleep. We're going to the pit tomorrow, remember? Practice? So you're not just picking up all these tools scattered on the ground? Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I have it all wrong, don't I? Let's see, I'm guessing you're in the middle of sewing something, right? That's right. I'm making Ash's coronation gown. She told me the humans at the castle that she didn't need one for herself, so I thought I'd make her one. Do you plan to play through the Tsukihime remake once it's fully out? Well, isn't it fully out? I heard it was. Or are you talking about the next part, the Red Garden stuff? I don't know. I assume any streaming embargoes have long since been quelled, so I suppose I could try it, if the demand is high enough. Sewing's the only thing I've ever been any good at. But I just can't do it. I've been trying for months, and I'm no closer than when I started. 2 or 3 days after I hear something, I just forget it entirely. Well, yeah, of course it's the fan translation. We don't have an official one. I can't do anything except stuff I was born knowing how to do. The Black Knight says all I have to worry about is fighting. But ever since I saw those beautiful gowns at the palace, there's been this kind of ache in my chest. Yes, after I experience this story for myself, I will plan on making a big, hefty Chungus lore video of some sort, for sure. I keep feeling sad and just wanting to cry for no reason. It feels like I'm missing something important, something I need to feel whole. So I thought maybe, if I could make clothes like human tailors can, I could figure out what it is. But I'm just too stupid. No matter how many times someone teaches me something, I can never learn anything new. I don't know why I'm like this. But I still want to try making clothes. Honestly, I'd much, much rather do that than fight. Well, I have to record all the cutscenes without my face here if I'm going to do the lore video, so yeah. Is this my favorite Lostbelt? It's hard to say. It's not bad, though. Well, how about you try keeping a diary? Everybody forgets things sometimes, but writing can help with that. Ah. So this is how the whole diary thing started. We know that... yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to see any more characters in Fate Stay Night, because that story's already done. So if you mean Fate Grand Order... I think I've said it a million times by now. dai-chan from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Everybody forgets things sometimes, but writing can help with that. It can be just like taking notes. All you have to do is write what you want to remember. I know, because I keep a diary too. If you like, I'd be glad to share my tips and tricks every day. But I don't know how to write. And even if I tried to learn, I'd just forget that too. It's okay. I don't know how to read or write in Fairy either. We can study together. Don't worry, Totoro. Even if your mind forgets how to write, your body can be trained to remember for you. The very fact that we're conversing right now shows that you're able to hold a thought in your head and put it into words. So if you can do that, you can absolutely put your thoughts into written words too. Is there still an embargo? I don't know, man. I have no idea. I mean, I've already done my lore on it, so I don't feel a need to stream it. Yeah, this song's pretty good. I promise you that's something you were born knowing how to do, just like your other skills. Well, that's so sweet. Good job, Mashu. Mashu. So this is the pit. Makes sense that Camelot wouldn't be built here yet. Are you really going down there, Ash? I'm against this. It's creepy. It's quite safe, Totoro. There are no moors near the pit, and all the other fairies will keep their distance. We won't have to worry about being attacked by anyone from the Anti-Londinium faction here. All you have to do is hold out your thread while I reinforce it with Magecraft. And all Mashu has to do is hold on tight so she doesn't fall to the bottom. Excuse me. That's the sneeze. Me? You want Mashu to go down here? Then I'm going too. It's not fair to make her go by herself. I'm afraid you have to be up here, Totoro. There's no one else who can raise or lower the thread, after all. Oh, right, but then... what do we do? It's okay, Totoro. This did come as a surprise, but I'll be fine. I've investigated old ruins like this a number of times before. And I know your thread is just as strong as solid wire rope. So you don't have to worry about me. I promise I'll come back safe. So just watch over me from here. Okay, got it. You're really brave, aren't you, Mashu? Okay, Mashu, come this way, please. We'll tie one thread around your waist as a lifeline and make a foothold with the other thread so you can stand there. That should do it. We should be able to talk to each other through the thread, too, so if you sense any danger, all you have to do is yell. Should the foothold thread come loose, we, by which I mean Hector, will pull you back up with the lifeline as fast as we can. My enchantment will let Totoro extend her thread up to 8 kilometers, but you don't have to go all the way down to the bottom. All you have to do is reach a point where you can tell how deep the pit is. And what lies at its bottom. Remember, you're only there to look around, okay? Obviously. The only one of us thinking of doing more than that, just looking, is you. One of these days, you really need to learn to stop attacking dangerous things the moment you see them. You're lucky you have me and Rhynek. Nobody else could handle your so-called strategies. He's right. I didn't figure this out until Mashu showed up, but it's true. You're fucking crazy. You take way too many risks, Ash. Not to mention you're totally merciless toward our enemies. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just keeping things fresh. Still, I will admit that I've been leaning on you all more than I should. After all, you always help me make it through even the toughest battles with a smile. Yes, Hector is presumably the Black Knight. I felt like giving up so many times. If not for all of you, I never would have made it this far. Okay, I'll be back soon. I'm counting on you to help me navigate, Ash. Down we go! I've been going down for 60 minutes so far, Jesus. I'm 7 kilometers down now. Hello! Still no changes in scale and no signs of life, although... Is this Ash? It's billowing up from the bottom of the pit. Is this Ash or Ash? Ash and Ash from up top who's pulling you on the rope, and Ash down here that's particles. So this must be where the ash I sometimes see in Fairy Britain's atmosphere comes from. It blows all the way up from the pit. And if there's ash, there must be something burning. I wonder what could be down here. I wasn't expecting to be this deep. Can you still not see the bottom, Mashu? It must be pitch black down there now, no? Are you okay? Are you cold? I can't see any light from the surface anymore, but it's actually fairly warm. That said, it feels like the air is getting heavier the further down I go. I'm only able to breathe thanks to Galahad's protections. 7,400 meters. 75. Still no change in the pit. Thank God this isn't Maiden Abyss. Or she would, like, be thrown up and turn into a mutant Mashu by the top. That's so sad. Can you extend the thread any further, Ash? I won't be able to see what's going on unless I... Wait. That's freaky frickin' frick. I can see something down below. Is that the Fuzzy Wuzzy? There's a red light. It almost looks like fire. What was that sound? What's going on, Ash? Mashu, get out of the foothold. The thread's being corrupted. A fatal surge of magical elements is coming up from below. No way. There's enough cursed energy here in this Lostbelt to cover all of Britain. No, the entire planet. That is indeed suspicious. Why does Ash know what a Lostbelt is? That place down there isn't of this world. Don't look it in the eye or you'll... Mashu! Mashu! Well, she looked it in the eye. Oh no, she's lost consciousness. Get her out there, actor! I can't believe it. That thing at the bottom, it's... Kernunos. I had to remember how to say it. But why? What's an ancient Celtic god's corpse doing at the bottom of the pit? Those things are eyes. They're little red things. Oh, Mashu, you're awake. Oh, finally. Damn it, Mashu, you scared me to death. Aww. Totorant, please, calm down. Let me see, the last thing I remember, I was going down the pit, and... I'm so sorry, Mashu. I was obviously being reckless, and you nearly paid the price for that. You're in Salisbury's great cathedral now. We brought you here after you lost consciousness. Your whole body was covered with a horrific curse when we pulled you out of the pit. My magecraft alone wasn't strong enough to remove it, but with this land's cleansing power, and the power of the Wind Clan, I was finally able to dispel it. Now I remember. I fainted when I saw that fire. Thank you so much for saving me, Ash. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I caused this. As for the fire at the bottom of the pit, that can wait until later. It's something we'll probably need to spend 10, 20, no, more like 200 years resolving. I'm just glad we know what's down there now. Now we can throw things at it. Thank you for helping us, Mashu, once Britain has been officially unified. I'll talk to Uther about possible solutions for what's in the pit. Is that all you have to say, Ash? Mashu almost died, you know. I know, but there's nothing else I can possibly do to make this up to Mashu right now. I haven't even studied any magecraft I could send her back to the future. Oh no, please don't worry about me. I was interested in what was at the bottom of the pit, too. In Fairy Britain, people just treat the pit as something that's always been there. But when you think about it for even 2 seconds, it's obviously strange that there's a giant hole in the middle of the island. I honestly thought it was weird that nobody investigated it in all this time. So the pit's still around in the future? Nobody ever filled it in? Well, given how deep it is, I'm not surprised. For all we know, it may even be bottomless. And since, unlike the Spear of Selection, it doesn't seem like something that can be sealed away, I don't think we have much choice but to keep an eye on it for a while. Huh? The Spear of Selection? Do you mean the Staff of Selection? Now that you mention it, I'm surprised you don't have the Staff of Selection despite being this land's savior, Ash. Did you lose it somewhere? I haven't heard of this Staff of Selection, but no, I don't have the Spear of Selection any longer. The implements of selection came to Britain along with me when I first washed up here from my homeland. Ah. But I'm afraid my feelings corrupted them, making them unsuitable. So I had them sealed away inside this cathedral. What a waste. The garden and spear used to be Ash's trump cards. The garden was a bounded field that could trap nightmares, and the spear was a weapon that could admonish any fairy it touched. But then, during the last calamity, the fairies behaved so badly that Ash got super mad at them. And that caused the nature of the spear to turn away from what it should be. If you don't mind my asking, could you tell me what makes these weapons so, unsuitable? How can I put this? The spear itself is just as strong as ever, but when it turned, its restraints were removed. Its capability to recharge kind of went haywire. Basically, the Spear of Selection no longer uses its wielder's magical energy to power its attacks. Now it does so by feeding off the life force. Well, the youth, really, of its wielder. So it makes you older. Can I explain what happened last stream? Yeah, let's see if I can do it really quickly. So Artoria, Caster Artoria that we know and whatnot, has been going around ringing the bells of pilgrimage to wage war against Morgan Le Fay. We met Percival. He's running an army of humans at Lindinium, and they were under attack by Woodwoes, the Fang clan leader, and we wound up taking him out with the help of Gareth and Percival using the Spear of Selection that apparently Ash is talking about right now. This is all in the... Mashu got sent into the past 2,400 years, so we're experiencing little bits of things through her perspective as well. Then, Morgan sent Fairy Knight Gawain and Lancelot to destroy Oberon's woods. They lit it on fire, killed all the cute woodland creature fairies that were welcoming us all happily, and so we fought against Gawain and actually defeated her, and convinced her that Morgan sucks, and that she's actually not going to save the people, or any of the fairies in Britain. She doesn't care if a calamity wipes them out, so long as Britain itself stays alive. And so that's got Gawain possibly on the verge of turning to our side. Do I like tea or coffee? I'm not a huge fan of either. They're okay. I like milk tea, though. Now it does so by... Oh, I already read that. And Spriggan's not dead yet, no. Yeah, I guess he kind of admitted to being a human from proper human history or something of that sort. I guess he threw out the name John Smith. Oh yeah, and Murian is holding a ball or party thing at in Gloucester. Castoria did go kind of John Wick, I guess. John Smith is a Doctor Who reference? I thought that was a pretty fairly common name. What are they doing? That was weird. Good morning. Did you take a look at your hair yet? I'm sorry to call you here so early. Oh, right, well... If he's aging, though, if it's taking his youthful energy, you'd think it would make his hair white, not the other way around. I know you're still exhausted from yesterday's battle, but I'm afraid this couldn't wait. Last night, Artoria and Sarah received invitations from Lady Murian of Gloucester to attend Farium, a fairy ball she'll be holding soon. So we've been invited to a fairy ball? Holding a ball now, huh? She's up to something, that much is for sure. Hang on, you said this fairy ball is called Farium? What exactly is that anyway? Allow me to explain. I've always wanted to go to a ball, so I know all about them. Oh, it's a fake name, gotcha. Farium, a moonlit gala that every fairy in Britain dreams of attending. Every fairy who has done something impressive that year, like clan heads, is invited to speak about and be celebrated for their accomplishments. Attendees get to enjoy never-before-seen scenery, never-before-eaten cuisine, and never-before-heard-of music. And then, to cap it all off, they decide on the Fairy of the Year, the one who stands atop fairy society, and shines more brightly than any other. Isn't that right, Artoria? There's not a fairy in Britain who doesn't dream of attending Fairium, right? I guess, maybe. I suppose there was a time I dreamed about it myself. No major fights yet. Wait, does this mean we're going? Yeah, we revealed, obviously, that, Tamlin Gawain is, bar guest. Because I was kind of hoping I'd never have to go to another Fairium if I could help it. You've been there before, huh? Hey, this is our chance to ring another bell. Yeah, that's definitely what Murian had in mind with this invitation. And I still don't know why she's giving us this opportunity. Dude, because we did what she wanted, we got stronger. That's right, this is Murian's way of making her intentions known to both the Queen and the Child of Prophecy. It makes perfect sense that the Lord of Gloucester would hold a ball from time to time, and that goes double for one with a long, storied history like Fairium. Though, of course, Artoria and Sarah will hardly be her only guests. I doubt Morgan will step away from her throne, but she'll almost certainly send a delegation. At minimum, Tristan and Lancelot will be among them. Right, of course. Lancelot always wins Fairy of the Year. That little blue bitch, huh? I'd love a little payback when we're there, but Gloucester is bound by Murian's rules. So no one from any faction can fight at this ball, right? That's right, which makes this a perfect opportunity. Under ordinary circumstances, we'd never be allowed into Gloucester now that we've defied the Queen by ringing 2 bells and defeating Woodwoes. But for this occasion, we can proudly attend the ball as distinguished guests. And once we're inside, well, sneaking around and finding secret rooms is what you do best, right, Artoria? Ah, I know it. Time to finally put those shady spells of yours to good use. Ah. Did you have to say it like that? Then it's settled. Already a carriage right away. The ball is being held tonight, so we'll need to hurry if we're going to make it to Gloucester by evening. Oh! Oh! What was Murian thinking? She doesn't want to wait around. To Gloucester! I like how fast that was. And there's a fight. Interesting. Yeah, who do I get to bring with? Anyone I want. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fine, just a random pointless fight.
My name is Musashi Miyamoto! すべてのつもりよろしい手に入らないの。 暗き湖よ、よく言いました。そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。分断する。召し上げましょう。光栄の私、本気です。
What, the one about Percival? Well, Percival is a servant. You can summon him right now in the banner. In the story, he's not, right? At least at the moment, he's not. How come his hair changed color again? Some byproduct of using the Spear of Selection. Presumably it drains at the life of the wielder. Stop it. Stop it. Dude, she can take a lot of hits to the face. Sucks that all the enemies prior to this were berserkers. They're the only enemy that doesn't really work with the new NP charge. I don't know. He's a brand new character. I just don't hear people talking about him much. Who do you think is a good protagonist, Shiro or Ritsuka? I mean, they're both good in their own ways. We made it. Our second time in Gloucester. Retrobit and Percival are waiting outside the city limits, so we don't have to worry about them. But unfortunately, we only have 2 invitations, one for Artoria and one for Sarah. And each invitation only allows for a single plus 1, so who should go with them? Da Vinci and I make the most sense. We both met Murian. Having you around would be helpful, since words hit harder than swords here. But knowing you, I'm also sure you'll have no problem sneaking in anyway. Naturally, I'm flattered by your trust, Muramasa. I know a number of Gloucester's fair ladies, so I'm sure I can find one in need of a kingly companion. So is the cast story you have as a servant the same as the one in this Lostbelt? Not quite, I guess. I mean, the one I'm using in battle is kind of like more of a gameplay mechanic right now than the actual story implication. I know a number of Gloucester's fair ladies, so I'm sure I can find one in need of a kingly companion. Fine with me. You guys have fun. I'm just gonna spend some time in the city. Damn, I just realized this means I won't get to go to the ball after all. But that's okay, that just means I have a great opportunity to visit the Count's shop. Come with me, Happy Cat. Count Pepperon gave me a letter of introduction to this shop here when we left Londinium. He even said we should go and have a good time together. He's so considerate, don't you think? Oh, the Count's store, huh? I guess that sounds kind of interesting. Okay, let's go. I wasn't really looking for fun tonight, but this doesn't sound so bad. Wonderful. Glad you're using both, getting along so well. Now, moving on. I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second, I'll be right back, guys. Nope, it was spammy, spam. Kinda, no. Come here. Come here, girl. Or you're getting wrapped up in cable. Oh, careful. Careful. Cute little goober. It wasn't a spoof call, but it was like a bot thing, like, oh, you visited United Healthcare. Here's an automated survey to see how you did. I'm like, no. No, I'm not going to do that. Well, no, when my phone goes off, it might mean that I'm talking to Ari-chan, which would make Kana very, very excited. Wonderful. Glad you're both getting along so well. Now, moving on. What should we do about little Miss Cold Feet over here, Sarah? Muramasa and I'll bring her there, whether she wants to go or not. The dog's doing okay. She's doing okay. Guess that's all we can do, huh? I got the left side, you get the right. No! Don't make me do this! I don't want to go to the ball dressed like this. I don't want to run into anyone I know. You're a king, right, Oberon? You can go and ring the bell. Just don't forget to bring me a souvenir. Something tasty would be nice. Cut that out. No proper child of prophecy would ever say that. Do you know how many aspiring Cinderellas would give their eye teeth for an invitation to this ball? Deal with it. Oberon, was that you doing a wicked stepmother? I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Artoria to be so stubborn about this. Do you have some ball-related trauma? Did you get mistaken for a server or something at one before? Don't be silly, of course I've never had anything that embarrassing happen to me. It's just, you know, I'm basically the face of the Round Table Army now, so I don't want to go there underdressed. Oh, is that all? Well then, don't worry. Nothing better or more formal for a warrior to wear than their battle dress. Then again, if you prefer, you could always have Sarah go on ahead. But I doubt you'll be able to find her again later. So it'll just be you and Muramasa at the ball in that case. Okay, well, I'll be going. Okay, I'll go already. Just don't leave me behind. Well, Muramasa doesn't have to betray anyone yet. They're aligned in their goals. It's beautiful. Yep, this is amazing. I never would have thought there was such a fancy ballroom next to the auction house. It's a Fey domain within a Fey domain. A top-notch, otherworldly reality marble, the likes of which you rarely get to see. You can tell since the inside of this building is clearly bigger than the outside. Whatever it is, it's damn impressive. If this place is any indication, Murian might just be the best damn gardener I've ever seen. Hell, the view's so great it even got Artoria to calm down. I'll have you know this is my second time here, so it's not like I was entranced by the scenery. I was mostly wondering why Murian hasn't bothered to greet us after she invited us. Well, Artoria's pissed now. When she gets over herself, she's a really dependable ally. Huh, you're right. Now that you mention it, I don't see her anywhere. I would have thought she'd be the first to use the Child of Prophecy to liven things up at their Huh? May I have your attention, distinguished guests? On behalf of Lady Murian, the owner of this beautiful building, I would like to apologize for her tardiness. I've been told she should arrive in about 1 hour, so please relax and enjoy yourselves in the meantime. So Murian isn't even here yet, and there's no sign of Oberon either. What do you think, Sarah? Should we just go sneak into the bell tower now? Guess we may as well. Looks like you've got a new arrival. Oh wow, all the fairies are making way for... Ooh. What? Damn. She squeezed into that thing. Hey look, who's that girl next to Aurora? You can't tell. Aurora's an exceptional beauty, but that fairy next to her is something else. You already called her a bitch once. Huh, so you go for the prim and proper young lady types, huh, Muramasa? Got nothing to do with what I like. I'm just being objective here. Wait, what? Woodwose fight? Woodwose isn't dead? Come on now, he's gotta be dead. Damn. Damn, Tristan. She knows how to dress. She knows how to dress. She's evil as shit, but she knows her outfits. Yeah, that tracks. Of course Morgan's daughter's here. So that's Murian's game, huh? She sure is a vindictive little brat, isn't she? Or maybe she's a perfectionist? One who's clearly not going to be satisfied until she downright obliterates anyone who defies her? I guess that was the last of the big guests? Are you looking for someone? Oh, no, it's nothing. I was just kind of wondering if Nocnerea was here, that's all. Thank goodness she's not. Now I won't have to hear all her snide remarks about how she's so much better than me. Good day, Child of Prophecy. Congratulations on your victory at Londinium. Coral, I'm sorry. I hope I wasn't being too loud. Oh gosh, I wasn't I? I'm sorry. I'm from the country, so I'm totally out of place here. Still, it's nice of you to come say hello. I know how you feel, but it's okay. There's nothing to be nervous about. Murian's cast a spell on this ballroom that hides attendees' faces from anyone who doesn't already know them. So please relax, you don't have to worry about anyone you don't know seeing you here. That's weird. These kinds of parties don't happen every day. It's best to enjoy them while you can. I see. Thank you, Coral. You know, I have to say, you look much more at ease here than you are in Salisbury. I assure you I'm not the least bit giddy about being here. I'm only here to guard Lady Aurora. Let me remind you, foreign mage, you may have been invited here, but you're still just a human. I suggest that you remember your place and not speak your mind so freely if you know what's good for you. Thanks for the warning. You're always worried about humans' welfare, aren't you? That was your way of telling her that speaking to other fairies that way could cause big trouble, right? Don't go putting words in my mouth. I intended nothing of the sort. I'm not like Lady Aurora. I have no fondness for humans, and I don't think of them as equal in any way. Is that so? Because the way I see it, Aurora might let humans do whatever they want, but you actually tell them what they need to hear. So between the two of you seem like you actually treat humans much more kindly than... Silence. I don't care what kind of fairy you are or what your clan you're from. To slander Lady Aurora is to slander the entire Wind Clan. And daring to compare her with the likes of me? Absolutely unthinkable. She wouldn't like it we keep calling her cuter. I see now it was foolish of me to bother paying my respects to the Child of Prophecy. This is supposed to be a gala for distinguished guests. Brush up on your etiquette before you consider attending another. Gotcha. Sorry about that. But before you go, do you mind if I ask just one more question? I couldn't help but notice the other fairy next to Aurora. Is she serving as her escort tonight? Even though you're her right-hand fairy? No fairy shines more brightly than Lady Aurora. Only the most beautiful of fairies deserves to stand by her side. As such, I'm happy to offer up my seat to one more suitable like her. Even if she is a grotesque creature who crawled her way up from the foulest sludge imaginable. Jesus. Jesus. That was harsh. Well, that was a bust. I've been wondering just how different Coral's and Aurora's values really are for a while now, so I thought I'd take this chance to see for myself. But I guess I went a little too far. How different their values are? What did you people say to Coral? I've never seen her so upset before. Oh. You're the fairy who was with Aurora. Oh, right. I'm not wearing my armor today, am I? Pardon me. We fought each other. This isn't our first meeting, but it's my first time properly introducing myself. I'm Tamlin Lancelot. Welcome to the ball, Artoria. Sarah. Shiny shine, and who might you be, young lady? Would you mind if I asked your name? Not at all. I'm Leonardo da Vinci. Pleasure to meet you. Da Vinci? What? I might be Chaldea's technical advisor, but I'm still an artist first and foremost. I can't help but appreciate beauty wherever I can find it. Well, damn if you don't seem like a totally different person. Is this what you're like when you're not in armor? I'm sorry, have we met? You mean you don't remember you knocked me off a damn castle and filled me full of holes? Oh, you must be Muramasa. I'm sorry, I never got a good look at your face. I do remember you, though. Gutting you like a fish was so much fun. I knew you must still be alive. I had a feeling you'd get to fight again someday. I wonder when our next fight will be. Maybe you'll finally manage to cut off my head? Oh, I can't wait to punch that cobbled-together spirit core straight out of you. Yeah, right on. Hell? She reminds me of Oberon. She's the princely type, a total prince. No wonder she's being gifted Lancelot's name. Does she like married women? You wouldn't happen to be Avalon's... Oh, right. Aurora told me not to let my true personality show too much. Congratulations on your victory at Londinium. We may be enemies, but that was a battle well fought, and I must commend you. Also, there's one thing I'd like to ask you. How is Percival doing? I've been told he's still alive, but... Is he hurt at all? Or is there anything unusual about him? No, he seems fine. Do you know Percival? I'm his big sister. Oh, his big sister! Well, no wonder you're worried about... Huh? Percival's big sister? Huh? Tamlin Lancelot. She just up and left after telling us she was Percival's sister. She's clearly the type who just says what she wants and leaves. Percival kept this pretty close to the chest. I don't think he was hiding it from us. There was just never any reason to bring it up. Is this something most people in Britain know about Artoria? No, not at all. In fact, I don't think most people would believe it even if we told them. I can barely believe it, and I just heard it straight from Lancelot. Then I guess Percival wants to keep it a secret. It'd probably be hell on the Round Table Army's morale to know their commander is actually Lancelot's brother. But he's not a fairy. But that oblivious Tamlin just spilled the beans like it was nothing. I swear, Tamlin just seem to go around doing whatever the hell they want, all the time, don't they? So, what do we do now? It's not a big deal. I think we can just keep this to ourselves. It's not as though Percival and Lancelot are in contact, and it's not our place to comment on their relationship as siblings. Got it. If you're okay with that, we don't mind keeping quiet. I still don't get how they can be siblings at all when Percival's human and Lancelot's a fairy. It's not uncommon for fairies to adopt humans as their children. So I'd guess Lancelot and the fairy who took in Percival are old acquaintances. Well, this explains why he didn't want to go near Salisbury. Could the fairy who took in Percival be? You there, human. That's right, I'm talking to you. One of the Tamlins said they wanted to talk to you out of the terrace. Get out there and fast. Make sure you're on your best behavior, too. They want to see me? Well, you are the only human here, so... What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go see what she wants? As long as all of you come with me. Of course, even with Murian's rules in place, this is still enemy territory. The terrace is a private area, so no other fairies will bother us there. It's perfect for clandestine conversations. I guess Lancelot must have more she wanted to ask us about after all. Fine with me. Honestly, I was hoping to observe her a little more anyway. By which I meant her outfit. Just her outfit! I thought I could pick up on some tips from its construction, you know? I thought it was so that you could kick her ass. Oh, I'm impressed you accepted an invitation from the enemy. Not that I ever doubted you would. And she's just, like, overflowing out of that dress. Pissing off the Twitter freaks everywhere. The doggy's doing good. She's laying here by my feet. She's still got her urinary tract infection, but we at least have a treatment plan for her. That dress looks good on you. Of course it does. I'm a lord. I'm not so barbaric as to wear armor to a ball. Good evening, Barghest. We haven't seen you since that night in the Welsh forest. We also have no idea what kind of disciplinary measures you had to face afterwards. If you have something you want to say to us, why don't you start with that? Huh. What is it, Barghest? Is this for Sarah's ears only or something? No, not exactly. It's not that, Da Vinci. You just captivate her. Come on, Barghest, spit it out already. We don't have all night here. I know, I'm a busy woman myself, so I'll keep this brief. Da Vinci, was it? I'm currently confined to my territory, and I've been relieved of my duty to protect Britain. Consequently, I have no reason to raise a hand to the Child of Prophecy now. I wasn't even planning to attend this ball at all, until I realized I might see you all here. So I swallowed my pride and came here to speak with you. Does that answer your question? Sure does. I know you don't mean us any harm right now, but I had to be sure. You understand. Pay it no heed. You're in the Foreign Mage's advisor. I understand you had to ask. Now here's my question for you. I'd like you to tell me whatever you can about the outside world, about proper human history. Queen Morgan has given me a broad overview, but I still know nothing of its history, or what things are truly like there. I would like to know if you are actually merciless arbitrators, barbaric invaders, or well-meaning visitors who truly wish to know our history. And there you go. That's all I can tell you in the limited time we have. Our battles in the Lostbelts have been to reclaim our history and our future. This place isn't our target now, but it still is a Lostbelt that will eventually need to be pruned. But that doesn't mean we have any issue with this Lostbelt's inhabitants, or that we want to erase its history. Even though this may be a zero-sum game where only a Lostbelt or proper human history can ultimately survive, that's an issue between worlds, not residents. Is that how you feel too, Sarah? I see. You truly are a young lady of integrity, aren't you? In that case, let me ask you this. Do fairies exist in proper human history as well? Yep, life isn't exactly easy for them, but we still have fairies in Britain's woods. There are also fairies in Ireland, the Isle of Skye, and France just across the channel. Ireland, Skye, France? I see, alright. Setting those questions aside for later. What about calamities and moors? Do those exist too? Nope, we don't have anything like those there. What a peaceful world yours must be. I envy the fairies who inhabit it. Okay then, let's say strictly hypothetically. What if we were to make out under Fuyuki's bridge? No, never mind, that would be asking far too much. I've learned what I wish to know. My apologies for taking up your time. Yes, Barghest, you could move to proper human history. How did you know? I didn't think that would even occur to you. Oh, please, it wasn't hard to figure out. And I have no doubt Sarah feels the same after talking to you. Even though you killed a lot of fairies of your own. Barghest, you've always seemed more focused on protecting the fairies of Britain than the land itself. The whole reason you agreed to serve Morgan is because she was keeping Britain safe. But if she has no intention of protecting its people, you'd have to find another way to do so yourself. So it makes perfect sense that you consider moving them to a more peaceful place, like proper human history. But is such a thing even possible? The inhabitants of a Lostbelt can only survive inside their Lostbelt. And the fairies of Britain are doomed to be used and discarded as mere tools for High Queen Morgan. True, that was the case for the other Lostbelts, but Britain is different. It really is possible for you and the other fairies to exist in proper human history, Barghest. It won't exactly be easy, of course. There are a number of major hurdles that would need to be overcome first. But they're nothing that can't be resolved through peaceful discussion. And I'm sure we could manage that as long as we have kind-hearted fairies like you and Artoria leading the others. I see. Then it seems I need to make a decision as well. Da Vinci, Sarah, I'd like you to come to my domain, Manchester. I have a proposition I'd like to discuss with you there. I understand if you still can't trust me. Just hearing what you had to say has been enlightening enough. Yep, well, the human world still sucks. Very much so. Sorry I'm late. It took me longer to get in than I thought. Was that Barghest I just saw leaving? Looks like whatever she wanted must have been pretty serious. She didn't challenge you to a duel or something, did she? Well... I see. So she's thinking about emigrating the proper human history. There's something I hadn't considered. But that's just her kind of, just the kind of big, bold thinking I'd expect from her. Definitely an idea worth pursuing. I wish I could have been there for that discussion. So what did you tell her? That was as far as we got. It's too dangerous a topic to discuss here. So she asked us to come to Manchester to talk it over. What do you think, Oberon? Manchester, huh? Not sure I like the sound of that. The rule of Barghest's domain is survival of the fittest. A very literal dog-eat-dog world where the weak are just meat for the strong. I'm not talking natural laws here either. This is something everyone there truly believes. In Manchester, the weak offer themselves up to the strong, and the strong think nothing of exploiting the weak. The very idea of fighting for their lives never even crosses their minds. Gloucester's Fey domain is designated to let the weak and strong coexist on equal footing. But Manchester is all about letting the strong do whatever they like, the weak be damned. Still, if you're absolutely positive that Barghest won't try to attack you there, then I suppose you could pay her a visit. Baggy didn't seem like she meant us any harm, but she's also definitely a carnivore. So if she did decide to eat us, there wouldn't be anything we could do to stop her. Not really. You know the stories about the Black Dog Duchess, right? Barghest has taken a number of lovers over the years, but none of her relationships have lasted very long. They say she'll marry her then boyfriend and bring him back to her mansion, and then by the next day she'll have eaten him whole. The only creatures in all of Britain who eat fairies are the black dogs, and Barghest. She may struggle against her nature, trying to be civilized, but those instincts always win out eventually. There's a reason she's so widely feared. I really can't endorse this plan. That would be a cool idea, Steven, though I really doubt it would happen like that. So that's why she's called the Black Dog Duchess. Come to think of it, Mike said something about her too. Gawain of many loves, Gawain the glutton. Always hungry, never satisfied. She'll take a lover one day and eat them up the next. She seemed pretty sincere to me, but I guess that could just be part of her nature as a fairy. Let's forget about Barghest for now. We still have an objective here, and we should focus. Which one is Misa Amane? The bell tower's right next to this hall. In fact, we can sneak in there from this terrace. I think it would be best if we handled that now, before the ball ends. Are you ready, Artoria? Yeah, okay. After everything else that's happened, I'm not even nervous anymore. Come on, Sarah. Let's go ring that third bell. Emigrating, huh? What a clever idea you've had, Barghest. And just after you burned down the Welsh forest, too. Yeah, you haven't forgiven her, have you? Not with that ugly, devious face. Oh, right. Nisa from Death Note? I mean, she's kind of don't stick your dick in crazy, kind of. But other than that, she's great. Bell tower, 3rd floor. Looks like that Merlin Magecraft finally came in handy. Nice work with that lock, Artoria. You did a hell of a job, like a modern-day Nezumi Kozo. Or Jiraiya. I don't know who those proper human history fairies are, but something about their names tells me that wasn't a compliment. Now that you mention it, there are lots of fairies who love to play pranks, but I've never heard of ones who like to steal money. Of course you haven't. Ordinarily, fairies would never have any need for money. It's only because Morgan created currency that fairy society started building banks to keep their property safe, and why lockpicking was developed in the first place. It's not easy to open human-made safes with fairy sacraments alone, so now we have lockpicking. Merlin said something to that effect too. Something about these skills being useful on a journey like mine. Was that really Merlin? Artoria, you said Merlin taught you magecraft, right? Did he live in Tintagel too? Actually, I've never seen him in person. I only heard his voice whenever I was by myself. He said he'd been imprisoned by a scary queen, but that he could still teach magecraft if I didn't mind distance learning. So that's how I learned the basics of magecraft. Everything else I basically came up with on my own. I see, that sounds a lot like what happened with proper human histories, Artoria. Who do I like more between the Tamlins? I gotta say, I'm quite a fan with Tristan's looks. I like Barghest's personality. And Lancelot's cute, so I don't know if I can pick. They're all pretty good in their own right. The fact that there's 3 of them and they're all color-coded makes them feel like starter Pokemon. Man, that's a tough call. I think C2 from Code Geass if I had to pick. They're both freaking amazing, though. By day, her adoptive father taught her the ways of knighthood, and when she was asleep, Merlin taught her what she would need to know for to be king. Yep, that part is more or less the same here in Fairy Britain, too. Only much later. Hang on, are you all hearing that chatter, too? Murian finally showing up. That farium you saw below was child's play. A fancy illusion, nothing more. But this is Gloucester, the city of trends, brands, and joy. It needs more than a party to liven things up. It needs excitement, stakes, pathos, drama. Which is why I've prepared a once-in-a-lifetime show for all of you to enjoy. This audition will decide the true queen. The winner of this battle will chart Fairy Britain's very future. Now get ready to howl with laughter and gasp in envy, because it's time for the main event! Here we are again. Ah, where'd all those masked fairies come from? I knew it. I knew you were up to something like this, Murian. Allow me to introduce the contenders once again. Up on the stage now, we have one of the hottest couples in all the land. Tamlin Tristan, Her Majesty's beloved daughter, and Lord Beryl Gut, Her Majesty's fiancé. Their opponent is the wind of change sweeping across Britain itself, Ainsel's prophesized savior. This music is awesome. Artoria, the child of prophecy, and Lady Sarah, the foreign mage. It will be here on this stage that Tristan and Artoria's fated showdown began. And I'm also told that Lord Beryl and Lady Sarah have an even deeper connection. Can you think of a better matchup? I certainly can't. Now, come to the stage! Whatever I may think, Gloucester's Belle will not reject one capable of defeating Tamlin Tristan. This is amazing. Trust Lady Murian to give us what we didn't even know we wanted. Lady Tristan means business this time. That's a traditional combat fairy outfit if I've ever seen one, and I have. Oh my gosh, no matter how many times I see Beryl Gut, there's just something indescribably wonderful about him. This is a solo fight between Castoria and Tristan. She's backed up by command spells, yeah. I'll figure it out. Just look at his limber stature, his strong, muscular limbs. Excuse me? He looks like an expert dancer. The Child of Prophecy must be quite the looker too, seeing how she defeated Lord Woodwoes. I don't see how those are connected. I can't wait to see what the Savior of Britain looks like. Don't listen to him, Artoria. She's trying to run away. It's too late. She's already trying to sneak away. Get back here, Artoria. There's no getting out of this now. No, let me go. I can't do this. No, seriously, I can't. Just kick her onto the stage. It won't matter when she's up there. Oberon! What do we do, Muramasa? Murian, a stage like this has gotta have a dressing room, right? Where's it at? Oh, if it isn't Muramasa, I'm glad to see you're still alive and well. Yes, there is a dressing room behind the stage. What's this about? Great, give us a minute. Hey Sarah, come here a second. Hmm? Oh man, where'd they go? Are they seriously not gonna fight after we went through all this trouble? Of course not. Nobody in their right mind would ever fight me. Damn. She's evil but hot. This isn't like the last time. Cause fake granddaughters got the boom and me bibs that make me think the wrong thing. There's no rule against magecraft. I'm wearing a much more glamorous outfit, and I've got you here with me. It's a shame I won't be able to cut that cheeky tongue out of hers out, but I can live with watching her run off with her tail between her legs. In fact, I actually feel sorry for her. Reen from Fate, easily. I mean, can you imagine anything more hilarious than a pathetic low-class fairy being paraded around as the child of prophecy of all things? You couldn't find anyone more miserable in all of Britain. Oh yeah? We'll just see about that. Is she getting a glow up? Oh, you just gave her a new ascension is all. Huh? Should have gone with her third one. No, Artoria, smile! Right, okay, deep breaths, deep breaths. Well, you've said your bit, Tristan, but what's with that totally obscene outfit? It's culture, Artoria. I know you have to talk smack, but, I mean, the outfit's untouchable. I am Artoria, the child of prophecy, and on my honor as caster, I'm going to ring the bell of pilgrimage whether you like it or not. Try to get in my way, and I'll cut you and those tastefully expensive heels down to size. Ha! Kitty's got claws. Still, I don't think you'd know a decent high heel if it stepped on you. But all this big talk is going to make losing much more embarrassing. I feel sorry for you, sure, but that doesn't mean I'm going to spare you. Huh? Wait, you actually think you're stronger than me? Oh, now I actually feel kind of bad. I really do have nothing but pity for you, you know? You've had plenty of practice running home and crying to mommy, right? I mean, I'd think so, since this will be your second crack at it. No, it won't. You're the one who's gonna be crying after I tear you apart. Ouch. Tristan can't hold a candle to her trash talk, huh? Guess it's hard to compete with someone who's used to bottling up her frustrations. Anyway, I would have liked to chat with you a little more, Sarah, but this is a 2-on-2 battle. Smash Tristan or Revy? Damn. Well, I could admire this Tristan from a distance, but Revy, I think, is more relatable. Well, it was never gonna go any other way, right? Personally, this is my very first time fighting a master, and I'm going up against a seasoned veteran who's defied death more times than I can count, so I plan on treating this as a learning experience. Let's enjoy killing each other, shall we, Kohai? Yeah, I'm not calling you Senpai, though. Hell nah. Alright, give me just a sec, I'll be right back. Got to use the restroom. Alrighty. Let's do this.
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ、後輩。援護は必要だよ、レディースピネル。
Alright. I assume I actually have to beat her this time. I don't know. Presumably it's tough. This is my first time doing it, so I don't know.
それはいつか来る兆しの星、希望の地、楽園の後、誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。運命は誰のために。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ここまでやれば。
Bitch took my NP away. I hate you. You weren't supposed to do that, you know.
もちろん負けないぞ。ここで
Do we just have to break her bar or actually kill her?
不良品にな。やります。もちろん。
Probably Rebecca if I had to choose one.
乗ってきた乗ってきた。
Oh, you're a cheater, huh?
俺からのおひねりだ。
運命、もちろん。それはいつか来る兆しの星。
Well, if I lose this fight, I know how to approach it at least a second time, so we'll find out. I swear, they did a really good job on her sprite, though. Like, I can't even be mad, that's just hot. So much curse. Oh shit. Oh wait, well I have this. At least there's that. You could have Tamlin. Tristan is your wife. The cost of betraying your entire home timeline. Would you do it? No. No. There's plenty of proper human history gals who are just as hot. Now I'm probably gonna lose right here. We'll find out. Oh, and she's cheating, huh? Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. Alright, let's try this again. Should I use a command spell or one of those gem thingies? That's a new option I never had before. You know? Oh. You okay, puppy?
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ、後輩。
So my dog's got some sniffles.
援護は必要かい？レディースピネル。
So which skill was it that makes you invincible? Okay, this one. So that's good. I'll use that. That'll keep me alive. And I'll do this for the attack up for sure.
やります。負けないぞ。ここまでやれば。
See, I wasted this last time because she already had an invincible. I accidentally doubled up on it. And now I don't have to do that, so yay.
もちろん負けないぞ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ先手の杖光を痛い。ほら運命負けやります。それはいつか来る兆しの星。
Oh, a debuff cleanse. Interesting.
あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐなんだ覚悟しろ。最悪痛い戦いですから。
I would prefer not to do any of these would you rather questions right now, honestly. It's a bit distracting.
Murian それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。なんだ覚悟しろ。浴びるようにね。ショータイムね。ほらもうおしまい。これがあなたの慣れの果て。ペイルノート。もうやだ。ほらどう？
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
今のうちに準備を。何のために負けないぞ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けて。 カリバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ここまでやれば。やだな。戦いですか。持ちやります。突破します。ここで立ちはだかるなら。
I don't want to talk about loli stuff right now either. It's completely unrelated.
ほら。何の持ちやります。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ここまで。
Hell yeah!
運命
Might actually win this.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。
It all depends on if I can defeat this stupid Ifrit.
私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。
Did I see the new Star Ocean 2 remaster? Yes, I did. Oh, that was easy. Hell yeah! I did it! I did it! I just made one mistake the first fight, which is not properly utilizing a full turn of actual invincibility. Alright, the bell rang. We won just by doing that. What's happening to you? What just broke? No, it's leaving me. Wait, come back. Mother's going to be furious with me again. She's going to ask me why I'm like this. Why I'm always like this. The Tamlin lost? After Bargus, that makes 2. Fantastic. I know Einsel's prophecy was right. From here on, the Child of Prophecy's the one to invest in. All that aside, where have I seen Tristan before? Oh, I remember now. I know exactly who she is. I saw her 100 years back. In Lord Grimalkin's mansion. Her real name is Bobanshi. She was a prostitute in Darlington, and a vampire. Well, the prostitute part, I guess, kind of makes sense. A vampire? What in the world was the High Queen thinking? I can't imagine any more anything more disgusting than living on human blood. No wonder she stinks like a sewer. Oof. I can only wonder how many humans she sold her body to. The resurrection 100 years ago. Remember how Darlington was overrun with corpses? She and Morgan must have been responsible for Darlington's destruction, and Lord Grimalkin becoming a night call. No wonder that damn vampire's the only one who made it out of that place alive. No, you're getting it all wrong. I just... Stop it! Stop it! Don't badmouth Mother! Mother always knows best! So what if I suck blood from dead bodies? So what if I'm undead? Darlington wasn't my fault! Aww. I mean, she's still evil as Pez, but... She's running away! Bobanshi is running away! I knew the Queen wasn't thinking straight. Why else would she choose a low-class fairy like her as her successor? This turned out to be kind of a lot. So she was lying about everything, huh? I guess that's no surprise. I was not able to watch that part. I'm so sorry. Well, shit, you really handed me my ass. You're as good as I've heard, Sarah. Pretty sure there's no way I'll ever beat you in a master battle anymore. So what are you gonna do now? Gonna have your lady friend there kill me? Or are you gonna settle this yourself? Probably would be a good idea to just kill him right now. I don't think he has any redemption arc, but I could be wrong. As you can see, I'm totally unarmed now, and I don't have Boban-shi to protect me anymore. Seems to me you're not gonna get a better chance than this to top me off, right? To off me, right? Sarah. This is Gloucester. We can't fight here. Gotcha. Too bad. I really thought I could end this here. Looks like you've got an even better nose for danger than Kadok. I'm really impressed. Well, time to show myself out. Sorry, I read it wrong. Besides, I don't see the point in playing with you anymore while Mashu is still missing. So long, saviors. See you in Camelot someday. True name revealed. Super Smexy. Oh, Boban-shi. Same thing. That was fun. Great work out there, everyone. I'm so glad you enjoyed yourselves. That's so. Pretty sure you were the only one here enjoying herself. Your dumbass show made me pull out all the tricks I've been saving, and way earlier than I'd liked. Oh, what tricks? Did you join the fight while I wasn't looking? No, shut up. Damn it, so much for saving it for Camelot. By the way, Sarah, I really have to thank you for this lovely outfit. I had no idea you'd been working on it in secret all this time. Were you just too shy to say something sooner? You considerate little Dickens, you? What a line. Well, actually... How's my cat doing? He's good. He's at least the one that's... healthier right now. Look that screams not one word. I think it looks great on you, too. Thank you. I feel so dashing and gallant in this. You got a little bow. When I think about people seeing me like that, it's enough to even make a timid thing like me want to give it my all. It seems you're all working together much better now than you were the last time you came here. Oh, someone a little upset about being the odd fairy out? Not anymore, no. It's not like you to be so... acerbic, Oberon? Are you feeling left out too, or something? Just a little, if I'm being honest. No fair making an outfit like that behind my back. Man, I was really hoping to put Artoria's official Child of Prophecy debut off until later. When we could really do it up in style at Londinium. Dude, this was way better. Now, don't be like that. I'd say this debut worked out just as well as we could have hoped. You all saw those upper-class fairies in the auction house too, right? They all saw Artoria beat Tristan fair and square, and in a manner befitting the Child of Prophecy. So it won't be long before they've told all of Britain as well. Plus, we've also got to ring a third bell while we're at it. So, does this mean the Wing Clan officially recognizes the Child of Prophecy, Murian? Of course, now that the bell has been recognized, I have nothing more to say. That being said, Gloucester's still going to remain neutral. This was Tristan's show. I didn't decide to offer you the bell myself. As such, I haven't technically defied the Queen. While we're at it, let's get one thing straight. I have no plans to help the Round Table Army. Fairies and humans may both be equal in Gloucester, since we value brands and trends more than anything. But in general, I still hate humans, and the Round Table Army is no exception. So please don't expect me to help in any way, shape, or form, unless they have exceptionally good business deals for me. Now I see. So if we can work out a deal, you'll have no problem coming over to our side, huh? Oh, would you knock it off with the can't we all just get along nonsense? Your blockheaded idealism just really pisses me off. Huh, the hell you talking about? Never mind, just forget it. Anyway, I really am busy right now. You guys can knock yourselves out with war all you want. Me, I have books to get back to. All the old Fey-era documents I found in the records I just brought from Camelot aren't going to read themselves. You all showed Bobanshi who's boss and rang the bell like you wanted, right? She has many a D, I'm sure. Well, she's a prostitute, so I would imagine so. It's part of the occupation, you know? So if there's nothing else you want from me, would you just get lost already? Can I ask where Koyanskaya is right now? Oh, Lady Fox, she's... out on business at the moment. Apparently, she finally found something she was looking for. I would wish her good luck with her work, but I know she doesn't need anything of the sort. The question is, would Hans get along with her? Probably, because she's not, like, as promiscuous as, Kiara. Thanks for waiting, you two. We made it back from the ball in one piece. Whoa! I don't know much about fashion, so I don't have the words to describe it well, but... Ah, you look awesome, Artoria. Your battle dress was good, but this is great. You think so? You know, maybe it does. That reminds me, your new armor looks really cool too, Gareth. Yay! Everyone gets a glow up. But you didn't make that outfit, did you, Habitrot? I bet you're pissed. Habby Cat? Huh? Me? I'm fine. I was just a little taken aback by Artoria's new outfit. I'll be damned, I guess fairies of paradise really do have all the same taste in clothes. Oh, right, because you recognize her. Has Ash. I'm glad to see you and Gareth are no worse for wear either, Habitrot. Okay, let's get out of Gloucester then. We don't want to keep Percival waiting too long. Oh, don't worry, I already bought a souvenir from Redrabit. He's much more innocent than he looks, so I know he'll be disappointed if we didn't bring back something for him. That's real considerate of you, Oberon. Now, if only a certain someone I could name would start following your example. Speaking of souvenirs, we got some last time we left Gloucester too, didn't we? I wonder how those fairies are doing now. Want to go say hi before we leave, Artoria? They'll actually believe you if you introduce yourself as the Child of Prophecy now. Huh? You mean those fairies from last time? No, not today. It's a little too late for a surprise visit now. We can thank them the next time we're in town. Right, Artoria? You can see them anytime you come back here, can't you? Right. Besides, I don't have anything to give them now, anyway. Next time, I'll make sure I have lots of return gifts before I pay them a visit. Got it. And let's get going. Time is money, and we still have to discuss our next move. Okay, let's head back to Percival and Redrabit. This looks like a proper London. In 19th century Japan, around the end of the Edo period. That Satsuma domain sent a number of promising young men overseas, so that they could one day help Japan prepare for the age to come. It's gonna go till 9 o'clock my time, so it's 4 now. So it's gonna be 6 hours. That's the norm. Their ultimate destination was London, the capital of the British Empire, and the city leading the charge into the modern era. This man was not chosen for the exchange program. He had been born to a poor samurai family. He had no property and no social standing to merit his inclusion in history. While he may not have been chosen as one of the students, he was able to stow away on the boat, carrying them, disguised as one of its crew. At this point, he no longer remembers why he left his homeland. Maybe he didn't want to be there for the end of the era. Maybe he was simply fed up with its culture. Or maybe he just wanted to see what life was like in another country. Either way, he no longer remembers. Still, there was one thing he loved more than his country, his family, his friends, or even people in general: art. The only memory from that time he still barely retains is the premonition he felt upon arriving at the harbor. What if there was a hentai like that? I would watch it. It sounds fun, assuming it was animated well. His eyes sparkled at the new world that lay before him. Compared to the stagnant hometown he left behind, it may as well been another planet. The man slipped away from his work at the ship and began exploring this new city, with only a map as his guide. It was like a dream come true. He wished he could stay longer. But he was cunning and knew the reality of this situation. He knew that dreams inevitably end, and timetables need to be followed. As long as he returned to the harbor by sunrise, he would still be punished, but at least he would have a way home. So after checking the time and confirming he still had plenty of it, he snuck into a third noble's mansion. The mansion in question was home to many beautiful works of art. But there was one picture in particular which was so eerie and disturbing that it took the man's breath away. Reluctantly, he slipped back out of the mansion and returned to the harbor, where the exchange student's ship was docked right on time. It took him a full day to realize he had inadvertently wandered into an even stranger, more unfamiliar land. Somebody! Anybody! Help! Please! I just want to go back to Japan! From that point on, this man's life was filled with adventure. Okay, so this is, probably, Spriggan, right? Soon afterward, he was captured by fairies and made into a slave. As the fairies' captive, he endured countless hardships. When the fairies thought he had reached his expiration date of 30 years, they set him free. But since he was not originally bred and raised in Fairy Britain, he still had many years ahead of him. While the land of the Fae was far too harsh an environment for a man of 55 to endure, he had made sure to observe the fairies around him closely over his 30 years of slavery. He erased his old identity, hired fairy workers of his own, and founded a company. He had his fairies kill other fairies, dissect them, and study them. He then created a serum of perennial youth to slow his aging process. Its effects were nearly imperceptible, but it was better than nothing. He continued his efforts for the next 40 years, becoming a 90-something-year-old man who still looked like a young fairy. Even then, he made it a point to only deceive the Earth Clan. It is hard to find good yori hentai. It's not as common. But there's some really good stuff out there if you know where to look. The Earth Clan fairies were narrow-minded and obstinate, but they also valued technology and were willing to trust someone based on the quality of their goods rather than their personality. They were completely lacking in business acumen. And so the man became the Earth Clan's leader's secretary, and found he got along with the leader better than any other fairy. There was even something of a friendship between the two. The Earth Clan's leader genuinely cared for the man, and together they started their own company. And so, Spriggan in Capless, Fairy Britain's very first general department store, was born. Sometime later, the man murdered the Earth Clan's leader in cold blood. He needed his name to develop Norwich further, in service of his goals. There was no one left in Fairy Britain who knows the man's original name. I doubt proper human history is any different. So I take it blonde wasn't your original hair color either. I swear, I don't know when I'm going to get a decent night's rest again. Orders have been pouring in non-stop ever since yesterday. Camelot, Londinium, Edinburgh. Our iron weapons are selling as fast as we can make them. You told me about a hentai? I think I did. Well, I checked that out while I was on stream last time. I just didn't watch it in full. And no, there's not really anything new that I have to speak of on that front. And then there's the remnants of Woodwose's army, and Gloucester's bell of pilgrimage. Fairies calling for Morgan's downfall have been popping up in villages all throughout the land, not just in the major cities. Good grief, I can only imagine how the Queen must feel, seeing her 2,000 years of rule come to this. Queen Morgan may be a great ruler, but the masses still have no idea just how great her accomplishments are. Only a scant handful of them could even begin to comprehend the sheer scale of her strategy. It's a lot like how those who live in cities only see their own homes, and completely miss the fact that their city wouldn't exist at all if not for the ground it's built on. Well, this is a surprise. It almost sounds like you want Morgan to keep ruling. Not at all, I'm simply stating facts. Personally, I agree with the world at large. It's time Her Majesty stepped down. I'm not even saying she's at fault. She's simply been in power for far too long. The Queen has made an excellent country. But her values are simply too old-fashioned. I can hardly blame her, seeing as she's over 2,000 years old. If you want to know more about like dai-chan and dai-chan, I hope you watch the manga series I've been putting out. There's a playlist on my YouTube, so that would be a good way to check. The Yuri tag is better than the schoolgirl tag because you can have Yuri schoolgirls. It kind of jokes about what their abilities are as mage/servant type stuff. It's fun. I would recommend that if you want to do fan art, because that's kind of where the fandom of those characters is currently at. Countless generations of her subjects have come and gone, and in that time their values have changed. But yes, I would love to see what you have in mind for artwork. And I will feature it in my videos. If the Queen continues her policy of being at one with nature while tightly controlling the human population, this island will never grow beyond its current tiny size. There are few things more frightening than the harm perpetuated by an out-of-touch. I've never heard of that word. Gerontocracy? Old parts are meant to be changed out, not left running forever. Of course, I have no intention of becoming king myself. Even in the world of proper human history I came from, Britain was ruled by a queen. So I believe Fairy Britain is also best ruled by a queen. Wouldn't you agree? Then who did you have in mind for the next one? Ideally, I would prefer a bright and cheery fairy who genuinely loves her people. One of surpassing beauty, but who is more wicked still and preferably ignorant of her own foolishness. Now that would be a queen worth supporting. If I never serve another overly intelligent ruler in my life, it will still be too soon. So that's why you chose her. True, she does seem like she would be a good fit for you. But the chances of that coming to pass are negligible. She has no hope of defeating Morgan, much less assuming the throne. Right you are. As far as I know, there's only been one person out there capable of defeating her. and as luck would have it, my soldiers keeping an eye on the battlefield just so happened to find them. All I have to do now is decide whether to send them in. I must say I'm glad we're in Britain. No one else here is familiar with the idea of using a piece captured from the enemy for your own ends. You're not born with a trump card, you gain them as spoils of battle. That said, I haven't exactly had many opportunities, opponents to play with over these last 100 years. Okay, dude. Oh, we're back here. They let me escape. They let me escape. They took pity on me, the High Queen's daughter. Beryl was there helping me. I wasn't holding anything back. So why? Why? Why couldn't I win? Me, the High Queen's own daughter. Mother doesn't need any daughters but me. There doesn't seem to be any other mage than me. Oh, that's a shogi reference. Interesting. If only I had some magecraft that was just mine. Something special, fit for the Queen's high daughter. Oh. What was I thinking? I haven't lost it all. All I have to do is bring the garden from Mother's throne. Manchester. We're gonna go see the doggo. Avalon Le Fay, Manchester. Percival, we're back! Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you're all safe and sound. Congratulations on another job well done, Artoria, Sarah. I think everyone in Britain must have heard that bell of pilgrimage ring. As your exclusive Knight Rider, I too couldn't be happier about this latest success. On a different subject, did you happen to pick me up a souvenir? I don't know if you remember this, but it was no easy feat for us fairy horses to transport you all the way to Londinium to Gloucester in only half a day. Of course you remember. Here you go. 2-in-1 hair restorer and suntan oil. I found it at a shady-looking hole in the wall. It's just one of many different magical trinkets being sold there now thanks to Artoria's previous escapade. Hair restorer for a horse? There's no need to hide it. I already know you're a fashionable fairy who cares a great deal about his appearance. Be honest, aren't you itching to change your look now that Artoria's done the same? Catch you later, Jens. Thank you for stopping by. Tell him about last year. What are we talking about? I'm afraid I don't understand. You're a great fairy, Oberon. A shady-looking hole in the wall, you say? Sounds like the perfect place to me. That's weird. Alright, now that Redra's spirits have been lifted, let's say we head back to Londinium. Next on our list is Oxford's Bell. Once we ring that, this war will really kick into high gear. Actually, there's something else we should take care of first. Would you mind if we changed venues so we could discuss our future plans a little more privately? Oh, that, huh? Okay then, why don't we try going into those woods over there, away from the highway? Of course. Damn, sorry about that. I had no idea this forest is actually a Moor's nest. Please stand back, fairies. The Round Table army will handle this. No need to worry about us. Oh geez, his hair. It works fast, doesn't it? Those Moors won't be able to so much as touch me. I am Redrabit, the fairy steed of flame. See for yourselves how my body burns. Come, Sir Percival. Come, Lady Gareth. Let us demonstrate what the Knights of the Round Table truly aspire to. She's like, Cat girls? I mean, they're okay, I guess. I've never really liked a character more because they were a cat girl. Neo from Xenoblade is a much better cat girl, in my opinion. I mean, Tamamo's supposed to be more of a fox girl. Help, please? Help with what? Oh, that queen. Gotcha, you're talking reality. See, I didn't know the context. You put me to sleep, you bastard. Alright, well. Apparently you can do that with the Steam Deck. I never said cat girls are bad. I just said that I like the girl as a girl first, and then whether they're a cat girl or not, I'm like, eh. Time to give this dog lupus. Dun, 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 dun. Damn it. Oh, okay. You don't always put them to sleep. I don't know about Umineko. If Umineko is on Steam, I have a feeling that it would in fact be compatible, yes. Oh, your lag issues. Sorry. I have no idea, dude. I don't have a Steam Deck. I don't plan on buying one, so I just don't know. Oh, you're actually doing a Noble Phantasm. Well, you're a Shadow Servant, I should have known. And, sure hit, you little cheating bastard. I hate you. You can suck it. That's not fair. Cheater! 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 Frederick Bit can't even use a Noble Phantasm. How pathetic. Whatever. I had a son, would I sing him a nighttime song? I guess. Yeah, I would expect to, if my kids wanted to be sung to sleep with a lullaby, of course I would. I would be honored. You almost done of the game? No, I don't think I'm almost done of the game. Yeah, this guy really is being stubborn. I'm not gonna sing you guys a lullaby, no. You could be wrong on that. I feel like you might be. Isn't there a whole third section? And I have to get to, like, node 24 just before the break again? That's how I understand it, anyway. Oh, Percival can't use his NP anymore. Lame! Oh, God, fucking... I hate that. I thought it was applied to himself. Never mind. Whatever. Whatever. God, yeah, that was a pain in the ass. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. I don't know why they're so insistent on forcing me to use certain characters. So as I was saying, I was actually thinking of ringing a different bell of pilgrimage next. We know exactly where Oxford's bell is, and now that Woodwose is gone, we can ring it any time. So I propose that we head to Orkney next. Morgan is bound to be watching Oxford right now, which should mean that Orkney is ripe for the picking. I see, that's a good point. We will have to make our way to Orkney eventually, after all. Dude, burgers are better than hot dogs to me. For sure. What the hell? And since none of the Queen's troops have been deployed there, now would be a good now would seem to be our best chance. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. The Queen will send her army after us the moment we head to Orkney, to say nothing of Knocknaria's army in the north. So I think it would be safer to advance the Round Table army up near Camelot, then have some troops protect us on the way to Orkney. No, if we go there as an army, Knocknaria will mobilize her army in response. She's already gone on the record saying she sees the Child of Prophecy as an obstacle, and Artoria as a rival. So if Artoria makes any overt moves, she'll have no choice but to get in our way by virtue of her position as queen. But we really don't want to fight the Northern Fairies unless we absolutely have to. We need them on our side, fighting Morgan instead. Right, Percival? Artoria? Right. We would like nothing more than to form an alliance with the Northern Fairies. Not as allies in the fight against the Queen, but as fellow citizens of Britain. We've tried sending messages to Knocknaria several times, but unfortunately, she won't ever give us the time of day. I mean, Knocknaria does hate humans. Actually, I don't know if I'd say hate so much as... Well, never mind, that doesn't matter now. Anyway, I agree with Da Vinci. I think the fourth bell I ring should be Orkney's. Once I do that, we can stop by Knocknaria's camp on the way home. She should be willing to negotiate with us now. Yeah, you're the Child of Prophecy in both name and deed now. The Chocolate Queen can't afford to ignore you anymore. Why is she making chocolate up there anyway? Okay, then the question is, how do we get to Orkney without anyone finding out? What if we went through the Lake District? It's a marshland in northwest Britain, and constantly mired in fog. The terrain is much too treacherous for an army to cross, but it's full of moors, too. Both Knocknaria's army and the Royal Army always keep their distance. It would be a much more dangerous route than taking the highway, but... sounds like a good idea to me, let's do it. We only got but so many people with us. We'd be better off dodging moors than an army. I guess that's true. What do you think, Sarah? I trust Da Vinci. Ever think of singing an anime opening? I mean, not on the channel, but like maybe in my own time. It's fun to sing. What the hell's going on? Let me check out this. She's the female Willy Wonka. Personally, I don't think splitting off of our army is a good idea, but I guess you guys are used to moving about as a small elite unit. For a team with your skills, the Lake District shouldn't be too much of a problem. Good luck, I'll be rooting for you. Huh? You're not coming with us, Oberon? Of course not. The Round Table army is in the middle of a rapid growth period. Someone has to stay and keep an eye on them. Powering up the Child of Prophecy with the Bells of Pilgrimage is important, of course, but so is improving our army. Percival, I'd like you to come along and command the Round Table army too, so we can secure Oxford's bell. It'll leave Londinium a little thinly guarded, but if we can occupy Oxford, we arguably won't need it anymore. Well, yeah, dude, if you're even remotely into the Fate route, you can't get kicked off into Unlimited Blade Works. If you've already done the scene at the very beginning where, Shiro and Reen first fight each other, and, Artoria injures Archer, then you're guaranteed to be on the Fate route. And once that happens, the Queen's army won't have any more reason to attack there. Then it's settled. Artoria, Sarah, Muramasa, Da Vinci, Gareth, and Habitrot will set out for Orkney's Bell by way of Lake District. Redrabit, would you be willing to help them? I could certainly take them as far as the edge of the Lake District, but I won't be able to bring the wagon in there. So once I've seen all of you off, I'll lay low in Edinburgh and pretend to be a wandering knight. Yeah, because you're not suspicious at all. You'll all be stopping by Edinburgh on your way back from Orkney, right? So I'll rendezvous with them. So I'll rendezvous with you there. That sounds perfect. Where have you been hiding all these smarts? For that matter, why were you toiling away as Aurora's secret wagon horse all this time? You could have had a much more prestigious career under Woodwose. As you can see, I've always had an affinity for the wind, so the Wind Clan city feels like home to me. Jormungand? No, I haven't. Didn't you say you were a fairy steed of the wind, or the flame earlier? Alright then, Oberon and I will head back to Londinium. Wait, I'm going with you too. I'm sorry, Artoria. I know this is selfish of me, especially after I declared myself the Child of Prophecy's #1 knight. I know I'm going back to Londinium probably won't make that much difference. But I can still help there, and I just can't leave its people to fend for themselves. Of course, Gareth, you have nothing to apologize for. I think it's great that you found somewhere you belong. Don't worry about me. With Sarah, Da Vinci, and Muramasa, I'll be just fine. Sure, I'll miss having you around, but it won't be long before we'll get to see each other again in Londinium, so let's make sure we both gotten stronger by then. Yay! You got it! In the meantime, I'll be keeping my ears peeled for the ring of the next bell. Off we go. Catch you later, Oberon. Right, take care out there. Be warned, there's a ton of ash over that far shore, and it also gets freezing cold out there. And since neither Blanca nor I can cross the ocean, we have no idea what may be going on inside Orkney. Still, whatever you find there, I'm sure it won't be as bad as what you had to overcome in the Russian Lostbelt. Oh, and keep an eye on Artoria. The more nonchalant she acts, the more she's tearing up inside. Really? Yes, she's been through a lot, you know. I doubt there's a soul in Britain better at putting on a brave face. Don't always take what she says at face value. Make sure you give her the support she really needs. Once we've rung the Orkney and Oxford bells, we'll have to move faster than ever. What was a figure that cost the most money? I think it was the last episode Artoria figure. I think that was the most expensive I've had to do. I usually don't buy figures that expensive. I wait for them to be affordable. So in the meantime, I'll do whatever is necessary to find out where the 6th bell is located. After that, it'll finally be time to face Morgan, regardless of how the odds are stacked against us. What's more, something tells me that even defeating her won't be enough to solve all our problems. There's something else in Britain, something cursing every living creature here. Unfortunately, we haven't had even the least idea what it could be. Remember this, Sarah. We still almost know nothing about Britain's history. If we're lucky, maybe you'll find a clue as to how this world came to be in the way it is in Orkney. And if we're really lucky, that clue may just give us the edge we need to defeat Morgan. Ah, another one of these scenes. I hear a bell ringing. How many anime Blu-rays? I haven't counted. A lot. I've got a lot of them. I hear a voice, my voice, calling to me, in a dream that hasn't changed once in my entire life. Have they made figures of the fairy knights? I don't know. But this is everything we can do for her right now. We think it'll be at least of some use. So please make sure she gets it, okay? Okay, I will. I think the Child of Prophecy will be thrilled to receive this. Yeah? Yeah, we think so too. You guys make sure you keep her safe, okay? I didn't really want to accept those gifts. It was all junk. Any upper-class fairy who saw it would think it was just a pile of trash. But for those fairies who struggled just to make it through the day, it was their most precious treasure. I could see their hopes, their feelings in those gifts, and I could see their future. I saw the hope they were clinging to. I saw their joy in believing in something warm. I saw them tear up from the sheer gratitude of being alive, no matter how hard it was for them. And I saw how they would probably be gone by the next morning. The next time we came to Gloucester, those fairies were nowhere to be seen. They didn't entrust their hopes to the Child of Prophecy because they knew they weren't long for this world. They would have loved to live longer, but they wanted to help the Child of Prophecy even more, so they gave me the only treasure they had, their lives. I really wish they hadn't. Hey, I know this scene. I see a Britain I don't recognize, and a world I know nothing about. I see a young squire standing alone in a town lit only by the rays of the setting sun. It's me as a little girl, though raised as a boy. This other Artoria is placing her hand on the Sword of Selection, even though no one told her to. I've always liked this song from Stay Night. I mean, this is a version of it, of course. Britain's destruction is all but certain now. Anyone who would claim its throne is destined to be a sacrificial lamb. If you become its king, the people will place all their hopes on your shoulders, asking you to make everything right. If you fail, they'll be just as quick to curse you, blaming you for everything going wrong. You will gain nothing from this. Truthfully, you'll only be making life harder for yourself. A lone mage with a kind face stands behind her, encouraging her not to go through with this. You should think long and hard before you make your choice. Once you draw that sword, you'll never be able to go back to an ordinary human life. Yeah, think about it. No, there's nothing to think about. This just doesn't make sense. The world ending is everyone's problem to solve. If it's going to end, it should end with everyone cursing each other equally. So why? Why are you... I saw a great many people smiling. I don't think that was a mistake. As in, she saw in her future that Merlin showed to her people smiling, so she should do it anyway. And this is what happened as a result. What was the most money you bought a game before? I mean, it would have been like a limited edition. I'm not sure exactly which one was the most expensive. And this is what happened as a result. A pariah to even her own knights and subjects, even after she rebuilt the entire country. Crushed beneath the weight of the world's hope, without ever knowing joy of her own. All she built came to ruin, and her trusted companions killed each other, Everyone she knew was dead, so she died alone. Except for Bedivere. Bedivere wasn't all dead. Is this some kind of joke? It's not funny, it's just cruel. How could you just use her to get what you wanted, and then ignore her forever? How could you forget her, like she was just some story you'd finished enjoying? Why did she have to do all that? Why did she feel like she had to? There was no reason at all for her to become king. It just seemed like she had the power to. I don't understand. I've seen her whole life play out now, and it hardly seems like something to aspire to. Why did it have to be you? Couldn't you have just let someone else do it? Well, that's what she started to think at one point. The worst thing I could say slipped out of my mouth before I could stop myself. My other self quietly turned around to face me and said, "Perhaps I do not think there may have been someone else suitable for this role. Or I do think there may have been someone else." Then why? Why in the world did you do this? Why? I think you know the answer better than anyone. We've been heading north on the highway all night, and it's almost noon now. At this pace, we should arrive at the entrance to the Lake District by nightfall. Just please remember that we'll be parting ways temporarily once we get there. Alright, about that, I was actually hoping we could tweak our plans a little. And could you head west from there? That's the way to Manchester, right? I want to stop by there before the Lake District. Manchester? As in Barghest's domain? Are you sure about this, Sarah? I'm on board. You're a dog person, too. What about you, Muramasa? What, is it really that surprising? I love dogs! I just assumed you'd worked that out when Da Vinci said she wanted to go to Orkney. Well, I didn't, okay? What about you, Habitrot? Did you know? Me? Da Vinci talked to me about it before we got on the wagon. She wanted to know if I'd mind stopping there before Orkney. So even you already knew about this... So even you already knew about this, Happy Cat? But I'm supposed to be the leader. I'm sorry, Artoria, but even if you were on board with this plan, I didn't think you'd be able to keep it to yourself. Barghest is still technically one of the Queen's Tamlin, so I didn't want Percival or Oberon to know about this. Good point. Percival probably would certainly worry if he knew we were stopping by an enemy's territory. And I doubt Oberon would have been happy about it either, since she burned down his forest. Manchester's a nice place. It's very unlike Oxford, which has been getting more modernized with its restaurants. It's still an idyllic fairy town, like you'd see in a story. If you could have another dog, what breed would it be? Dude, I'm just corgis for life. I mean, if I met a different dog that I had a real strong bond with, I wouldn't care about its breed so much. But if I had a choice over the breed, I'm a corgi guy. Fighting may be against the rules in Gloucester, but Manchester doesn't need to ban fighting. The whole town despises it, you see? Really? Even though survival of the fittest is the law of the land there? Don't worry, Barghest's take on survival of the fittest isn't quite what you're thinking. Huh? You'll see when we get there. Alright then, Manchester it is. Trust me, it's a lovely place full of peaceful wildlife. There won't be any fighting there whatsoever. I give you the Redrabit guarantee. See, Ein is just such an easy name to go for. It's not bad, but I'm pretty sure your dog could set themselves apart from, Bebop's dog. You're a snake person. Well, something tells me that's easier to take care of as far as veterinary concerns, but I'm not sure about that, actually. Oh, great, so it'll be nothing but fighting. Manchester, Main Street. That was quick. Your domain ain't too bad. Inside a local tavern. Whoa, you tourists look really strong! This is awesome, get 'em! Oh, is this like an RPG? It's like an RPG! God damn it. Of course it's just one fairy. Whatever. Whatever. You bastard. I'll never know. No Canis? Well, no, because red hair is taking up a spot I didn't want to give him. Oh, you brought your friends. Did they really ban the Bible, though? There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell they did that. You might be saying they should have if they're gonna ban pornography, but... Nice try, asswipe. You'd think Utah would be like blasphemy to even think of banning the Bible. But no, I haven't heard of that. That's kind of crazy. What are you reading? Messages I can't see? I'm looking at the live chat. You might have to choose all chat instead of top chat, though, because YouTube sometimes hides messages, which is really stupid. Oh, what? What happened to Barghest? Barghest, what? What the fuck? It's the same dream I've had several times before. I'm crying. I'm crying while redacting the remains of what used to be my lover. Oh, you're eating. Okay, so no, that's not you getting hurt, it's just you having food. Fair enough. They're delicious. I'm so happy. This is wonderful. It hurts. I'm broken. This is madness. Predation is a fact of life for wild creatures. It's natural for us to seek out others, love them, and become one with them in order to survive. Living by the laws of the wild is also a source of pride for me. I'm blessed with an exceptional spirit origin, even for one of the Fang clan. As one who was born strong, I have a duty to govern and protect the weak. And to eat my husbands. I have to be strong. I have to eat the strong so I can grow stronger. You see, my rules are right. I only love the strong. I wish I knew how YouTube is doing that. I just turn it to live chat every time because, yeah. Isn't that crazy that you could be chatting with your favorite VTuber or something and it just doesn't even show up if they just leave it on top chat for some arbitrary-ass reason? You see, my rules are right. I only love the strong. And I eat those that I love so that I become even stronger, or become an even better wild creature. That is my lot in life. That is how I've had many strong meals, so I can defend Britain and protect the weak. But deep down... Hey! Having another good cry? Redacted! Why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying. Just tell me what happened today. Did something painful happen? Something sad? Did it happen to you while you smiled? Did it happen to someone else while you got upset? Whatever it was, please tell me. I want to know how you feel. It's okay, I promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it may have been. His body seemed as though it could fall apart at any moment. He could barely speak above a whisper. He was the weakest creature I've known, yet he helped me tremendously when I was on the verge of a breakdown. You know, there's nothing like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. Why don't I tell you another tale of your favorite Knights of the Round Table? I'll tell you a story of Flotsam that drifted here as a changeling. A florid, proud, and slightly somber story. A story of the brave knights you've always looked up to. The knights of those stories were not compelled by anyone to be righteous. They were born righteous. They were proud, they were wonderful, they protected the weak, and did good deeds wherever they went. They may have only stories from another world, but I still admired them more than anything. Even though a despicable fairy like myself had no right to do so. But whenever I shared my trepidations through my tears, he always responded with a gentle smile. There, look out at the garden. Those flowers you planted have grown beautifully. And I see you planted another one for me today, so that I could enjoy them even though I can't walk. Thank you, that's so kind of you. I only hope that one day, you'll be free of the pain you carry in your heart. Emotional damage! That's right. Her love runs true and deep, and with every new relationship, she's certain she can prevail over her need to consume. She has never succeeded. Now she's at her limit. No, she reached her limit long ago. I don't know how many times she's thought of putting herself out of her misery. But despite that urge, her strong sense of responsibility forbids her from taking the easy way out. So she lives with the guilt of devouring her lovers, and as penance, continues to protect Britain, even as it tears her up inside. She's an example to all of us. That's why I want to help her any way I can. You're the only fairy possessed of true nobility. It would be a tragic loss for you to take your own life. So let's make a deal, Barguest. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse, after all. What curse? Sorry, so sorry. I really am sorry about that, everyone. I hope you can forgive them. I promise I'll give these idiots a stern talking to later, so this sort of thing doesn't happen again. They're very susceptible to trends, you see, and, well... You know how they're talking about Camelot preparing for war these days, right? That made them want to have a pretend war of their own. They were satisfied with board games up until you walked in, but... Well, come on! Those fairies and humans just looked so strong. I knew it'd be a blast to fight them. Don't be daft. Have you forgotten that Lady Barghest is back right now? If you louts ever get someone killed and she finds out about it, she'll have your heads and mine. You ought to be thanking your lucky stars that these people are so strong and understanding. Also, no more alcohol for you until I say so. Oh, come on! Don't be like that! I can't go back to not drinking human alcohol now that I know how good it is. No drinks for you. Well, Red Rabbit, care to revisit your Red Rabbit guarantee? Strange. I distinctly remember Manchester as a town busting with smiles, kindness, and violence. Wait, you just said violence. Don't be silly. There's no violence here. The rule of Manchester is survival of the fittest. She must have followed us here from the tavern. I'm Jenny. I was just born near here recently. Ah, I see. That explains it. So you must not know much about Manchester yet. Do you happen to know where the Lord's house is, Jenny? You mean Lady Barghest? Sure, it's over that way, at the end of the big road. I see it. Oh yeah, I see it now. Looks like a big mansion with a beautiful garden. Anyway, I thought Manchester was a Feng Clan town, but I guess it has fairies like you, too. Are there Earth Clan fairies here as well? I'm not sure. I haven't seen many Earth fairies. There's lots of humans here, though. It's about half fairies, half humans. Really? So far, I've only seen fairies walking around. Are there really that many humans here, too? Of course, it's survival of the fittest here, so the strong have to protect the weak. I know, because I'm one of the ones being protected. Lady Barghest might be strict, but she's also really kind and really funny. So that's how she defines survival of the fittest, huh? Now I get it. I had my suspicions given what we've seen of her. But it does look like, to Barghest, survival of the fittest ain't about the strong preying on the weak. That's right, she's been like this for as long as I can remember. The strong should only eat the strong. The weak aren't worth eating, so they must be protected. She'd say that all the time. Okay, now seems like a good time to ask about this. Did you know Barghest when you were kids or something, Artaria? Of course not, don't be silly. I mean, you saw how Barghest didn't even recognize me, right? Nope, certainly haven't known her a long while. No, sir. Liar. In fact, I don't know a single thing about her. Nothing. Huh? I know about Lady Barghest. She's back at her mansion right now. Everyone in town keeps congratulating her over coming back to visit her new lover all the time. Are you kidding me? All her talk about being a proud and noble Tamlin, and she still has the time to keep lovers? Do you rank your top 5 waifu in Tsugihime and Witch of the Holy Night? If we're combining them together, then it would be Aoko, and then CL, and then Arcuade. And then Hisui. And Kohaku, I guess. Barghest lover? I don't even want to think about it. You can't take what rumors say too seriously. It's not like she's ever confirmed any of them herself. And even if what they say is true, that's between her and her lovers, right? If they're all okay with it, who are we to judge? Well, true, love or not, crimes are crimes. But this is also the land of the Fae. We know different areas have their own very different rules. Still, now that we've come this far, we can't leave without seeing her. If you're scared, Redrabit, it's okay. You can wait here. Besides, we're the ones who wanted to talk to her. What do you think of Dead Apostle Noel? Noelle, rather. I like her before she's a Dead Apostle more than after. No, that's okay. I've come this far with you, and I'm not going to part ways now. Besides, I can't help it if she sets her sights on me as her next dish. That's just the burden of someone as popular with all ages as me has to bear. So if things should take a turn for the worst, I can at least be bait. I mean, a meat shield for the rest of you while you make your escape. That's quite fine of you. Now come, let us be off to the demon's lair. I'm certainly not afraid of any horrific fairy-eating black dog. Welcome to Manchester, everyone. What a wonderful surprise to see you take me up on my request less than a day after I made it. Aww. Gorgeous! Who in the world would call such a beautiful lady horrific? I see now that you are nothing less than a true noble. Nay, a true champion. Personally, I, Redrabit, feel as though I've just been hung out to dry in the final corner. Thank you for your kind words. May I ask who this Fairy Clan fairy is? Oh, Fang Clan. Don't worry about him, he's just another hapless horse. Happy Cat, would you mind taking Redra outside for a bit? Sure thing, come on, Redrabit. Let's go out to the yard. I noticed there was a fun-looking plaza out there. It's called a paddock, Habitrot. Oh, there really is nothing like a clan mission. They always have so many luxuries, even when the owner has no particular plans to use them. Yeah, I know you like Fujino. I see you're still wearing your dress today. I just got here myself not too long ago, so I haven't had time to change yet, that's all. Anyway, I'm glad you let us in here without even patting us down. Now that we know for sure you don't mean to fight us, we can relax and get down to, Barghest? I'm afraid you're mistaken in that. While I certainly bear you no ill will, as you can see, I do have every intention of fighting you. Huh? What's the meaning of this, Barghest? Would you kindly stay out of this? My business is with you. That was weird. Sarah, Master of Chaldea, and Leonardo da Vinci, her faithful servant. I know this is unbecoming, but I would like to ask you with all respect for a duel. Would you be so kind as to show me your strength once again? Oh, sure. Okay. Now I see. You want to find out if Chaldea can walk the walk before we talk the talk, huh? I gather you won't trust us unless we can prove we're able to beat you without the Child of Prophecy's help. That is true, yes. But more than that, I'm interested in you, Sarah. I want to see just how far a mere human can go against us fairies. No. I'm going to see for myself whether your victories so far have been more than a fluke. Okay. You know what the naughty dogs get. They get the squirt gun. Okay.
けた戦いであれば戦いですか。
Barghest has really grown on me.
早炊きですよ。
She's quite cute.
裏打ちはしません。ホールドアップ。
Damn it.
ええ、行きますよ。もちろん。マスター。スイミングの時間です。
If we win, do we get sex?
ここでまっすぐ冷静継続。
Hey. Oh, you cheater. You cheater, 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 cheater.
謝罪しますわ。
This all depends on who you kill next. Oh wait, all of them? Oh, I'm invincible, that's okay. Ow. Haha.
ビッグウェーブ楽しみです。 スイミングの時間です。南に光るは勝利の剣。エクスカリバー。
If she wanted more mana, she could have just asked. Let's just say that Ritsuka is quite prolific. Easy peasy. Wow, this has been a day of extremes. Whoa, these gnocchi are so good. I love how versatile potatoes are, no matter what world they're from. God, that sounds so good. I'm so hungry. Ah! Parkest, I want to see how you manage without the Child of Prophecy. Dai brings 3 Artorias. Yeah. I don't think the size of your breast actually, no, you know what? I'm not an expert on that. As far as milk production goes, if it has anything to do with the size. These oysters are amazing too. I was a little shocked when they came out of that huge plate piled up onto the ceiling, but damn if I couldn't eat these things forever. Don't let the fancy presentation fool you. It's not nearly as impressive as it looks. There must be enough here to cover Gareth's entire shield. That makes pretty clear how vain Baggy is. She's obviously trying to break our concentration by overwhelming us with quantity and flourishes. Won't work on me, though. So you're not aware that you're taking a bite of the meat pie even as you speak? Phase 2 Morgan fight? Dude, it'll be fun. Oh man, this is really good! There, I changed back to my usual armor now. Aww. Now that I'm done with both fighting and cooking, I do hope you like the food. I apologize that I couldn't make anything more than these simple dishes. Normally, I would have had my chefs do the cooking, but I have to give them a leave of absence as part of my house arrest. You mean you made all this yourself? That's right, but it's nothing too impressive. I merely imitated flour-based human culinary techniques and drilled them into me. It's a far cry from the gourmet cuisine they serve in Camelot. Huh, is that so? I didn't think you Tamlin were so domestic. Have you heard about Discord opening up more ways for them to monetize the platform? Do you think you want to import your channel to a different social platform like Gilded? Not necessarily, as long as I can still use everything I've been using for free. If they start taking away features, that would start pissing me off. I hate when companies do that. It must be hard being the lord of a hick town like this if you have to do your own cooking. I don't understand. Shouldn't everyone who plans to get married someday be able to do all manner of housework? Oh, she's a domesticated pupper. Yeah, I saw your answer. I would need to look more into the science of it to know why and how. It's okay, Artoria. We've got a cooking game all with you in it. Just a different version of you, of course. Indeed, now that you've come this far, I'll be completely frank with you. I want to keep the residents of Britain safe. That is why I pledged my horn to Her Majesty. But Her Majesty does not share that goal. In fact, she's actively working to worsen the Great Calamity. She cares only for Fairy Britain itself, not the Fae who inhabit it. So here is my proposal to you, Child of Prophecy. If you mean to ring the bells of pilgrimage so that you may truly save Britain, I am willing to fight for your cause. If need be, I will even rise up against the Queen herself during the Battle of Camelot that is now sure to come. You're serious about this, aren't you? I don't mind having you on board, but what about your pride as a knight? You really want to join our side even after you destroyed the human ranch and burned down the Welsh forest at the Queen's command? That's right. Even if it is too little too late, I still wish to join you. As to my crimes, you are welcome to convene a court-martial after the Battle of Camelot. Rest assured that I will expect no mercy. I will accept whatever punishment fits my crimes. But first, I want you to promise me one thing. Sarah, Da Vinci, you have both said if it's possible for Fairy Britain's residents to immigrate to proper human history. Oh, they have said it's possible. If that is true, and you two are willing to tolerate fairies living among you, then I would ask that you please give the matter some thought. Her Majesty has already told me that our Britain is what was known as a Lostbelt. A world that was meant to disappear to make way for proper human history. I believe it. I have no doubt that this Britain should never have come to exist. What makes you say that, Barghest? You want to protect Britain, right? So why do you think it should never have existed? Aren't those two ideas mutually exclusive? Because we fear this land. Every one of us. I suspect you could ask any fairy in the land, and they would give the same answer. At any rate, under Queen Morgan's reign, every fairy will perish by the end of the year. I naturally have no notion of what our lives would be like under the Child of Prophecy's reign. But if there should ever be fairies who, under her reign, wish to move outside the world, I hope that you would take them in. If worse comes to worse, and this Britain really does disappear, I could ask for nothing more than to have the fairies born here live in your world. What do you think, technical advisor? I think it's a great idea. In fact, I can't come up with a single reason to refuse. The storm border is big enough to hold up to 500 refugees. Aren't there a lot more than 500 fairies? They would have to live there until we resolve the bleached earth phenomenon, of course. Dude, that border is fucking huge. I guess I didn't realize. But as long as they're okay with that, they should be able to get by in the border just fine. Besides, this is exactly what the storm border was designed for. It's a modern-day Noah's Ark. While there aren't very many of them, there have been a few vessels like that in proper human history. They served as literal lifeboats to preserve the future of the species they carried. 500 ain't a whole lot compared to the fairy population at large, though. You gonna be okay with that, Barghest? Yes, Saving even a small number is far better than failing to save anyone. As long as you remember this promise, no, my wish, then I will gladly become a filthy turncoat for your cause. Of course, I am sure Sir Gawain would probably think poorly of me for this. However briefly I used his name, I admit the very idea of betraying one's lord must be unthinkable to him. Are you really sure about this? I'm sure. You said something like this before yourself, Sarah. Even if the world is about to disappear, you didn't want to let what might come tomorrow ruin today. And you were exactly right. Instead of worrying what might happen tomorrow, I should focus on what I can do today. Alright, I can't possibly turn you down at this point. Forgetting for a moment how in the world I'm going to explain this to Oberon. Tamlin Barghest, if you really want to help the Child of Prophecy, you can do so in Camelot. Once the fighting there begins, you're to refrain from attacking the Round Table army. That part is absolutely non-negotiable. Aside from that, well, if you feel like neutralizing some of the Queen's army for us, I'm not going to stop you. Anyway, those are my only instructions. Any thoughts, Barghest? I'm surprised you didn't ask me to open the castle's gates from the inside for you. Did I not say you need not hold back on my behalf? I know, but I just don't trust you enough to rely on you for something so crucial. All you have to do is fight within your means. We can break down the gates ourselves. Good point. If I were lying, you would certainly be in dire straits if you trusted me to open the gates for you. You've made the right choice, but I must admit I didn't expect you to be so severe. Personally, I don't think it's going to come to that. By the way, on a much lighter subject. Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Could you introduce us to your significant other? Hee. Yeah, I'd love to meet them too. We heard all about it in town. They say you come back to Manchester all the time just so you can spend time with your new squeeze. It's not all the time. I just come here as often as I can. Yeah, I did hear about... Well, actually, no, I didn't hear about the fallout. Though I did hear about the submarine thing. What's the latest development? Besides, he's not my significant other at all. He's just a human boy I take care of. I only love the strong. I would never even dream of taking a lover as weak, incapable and devoid of a future as him. You sure about that? They say love is blind for a reason. You could just as well end up falling in love with the last person you'd suspect. I could? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that proper human history's culture is so advanced. But, I digress. Adonis is very weak. He's been sickly all his life. He's currently recuperating here in my mansion. While he was very excited to meet you when I told him about you, Sarah, I'm afraid he's been struggling with an unrelenting coughing fit recently. And I haven't been able to get him the medicine he needs thanks to imminent great calamity. So I want to at least let him get all the rest he needs. That said, I would be very grateful if you could come here to meet him after the battle at Camelot. I may not be able to come back myself, but I know you would all get along very well. Gotcha. Sorry for the uncouth request. I guess fairies aren't the only people you want to keep safe. Of course not. I may not hesitate to discipline uneducated humans, but even that is no more than the basic training humans need to survive in this world. Fairies and humans are two halves of one whole. You cannot treat them separately. Protecting fairies means doing the same for humans. Well, this has been a really productive talk. I'm glad we stopped by Manchester, now that 5 people are all dead because of what... Am I coming again? Well, okay, I heard about the safety measures thing. I did hear about that. I guess I just didn't realize that they've confirmed that they're gone now because it's been too long for their air supply, right? That's crazy, man. I think this has been a good respite for you too, Artoria. You must have enjoyed getting to talk with an old fairy friend of yours, right? Sure, you might have been acting huffy, but you clearly also enjoyed the meat pies, seeing how you ate so many. A respite? Hardly! This wore me out even more than acting the part of Child of Prophecy around the Round Table Army. Now, if we're done here, let's get going already. We still have to make it to the Lake District by nightfall. The Lake District? I see, so you're going to Orkney. Well, I was saying that as they were pursuing it, trying to find the damn thing, it, expired past the point where they would have had air, I think, right? The Lake District. I see, so you're going to Orkney. There may not have been many moors up north, but there are individual moors there. What? But each are individual moors there. Oh, God, I hate that. But each individual moors there is stronger than what you are accustomed to. And those in the Lake District are especially strong at that. Be careful out there. Thank you, thank you! What is it, Barguest? Still got something on your mind? Yes, I was just thinking about the relationship between master and servant you told me about during our meal. Her Majesty has told me about servants as well. Servants are spirit beings that are retrieved from the chronicle of human history, a place beyond time known as the Throne of Heroes. They come into being when their master summons them for a particular purpose. Those servants then stay by their master's side, and should their master die, they vanish. Do I have that all correct? Pretty much, yep. Why? That doesn't make sense. What? That a servant would obey a master when the master's weaker? I've wondered about that too, but no, this isn't what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about Beryl Gut. He claims that Queen Morgan is a servant he summoned himself. But Queen Morgan has never called Beryl Gut her master. And above all, he only came to Fairy Britain a few months ago, while Morgan has been queen for over 2,000 years. That's what doesn't make sense. Her Majesty was alive and well long before this man came along. Unless it is possible to summon a servant version of a currently living person. I've never heard anything about that before, but maybe. I can think of one possibility. There have been a few cases where the future forms of heroic spirits with exceptionally complex histories have been summoned in the present day while their original selves were still alive. And since in proper human history Morgan was known to have 3 separate personalities, it could be that one of them was summoned here. But of course, if it weren't the case, it would also mean... if that were the case, it would also mean that there are 2 Morgans here in Fairy Britain. I don't suppose you've seen any signs of a second Morgan, or even heard rumors to that effect. No, I haven't. There is only one Queen Morgan, and she is not a servant. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Stephen. I have served Her Majesty for 200 years. I am absolutely certain she is a fairy. That's why I wish to ask you about this. Is this Beryl Gut truly Morgan's master? He definitely ain't her real husband. That's my job! Ah! What if the 2 Morgans fused together? Circumstantial change confirmed. What? I have a proposal for you, chosen ones. An offer for those who were cast aside. Oh, the alien god. If you desire acclamation, then choose rebirth. If you choose indolence, then choose eternal sleep. It makes no difference to a god. It makes no difference? Well, it sure as shit makes a difference to me whether I live or die. Living inevitably means struggling, while dying takes those struggles right off your plate. I've always preferred to keep things simple. I can't even dance if I've got too much on my mind. Acclaim, power, the future of humanity, being the best version of myself I can. Fact is, I don't care enough about myself getting worked up over any of that. Well, I know the CEO or whatever that was on the submarine himself was complaining about there being, what was it, obscene levels of safety regulations? It's like, God, I'm sick and tired of all this safety stuff, and then he dies. Whoopsie. Okay, Mr. Foreign God, I hear you, but before I give you my answer, can you tell me one thing first? I asked him if there was anything in this world that actually mattered to me. And he answered me without a second thought. Guess that's a god for you. Hey, Kirstaria, so you made it back to life too, huh? Well, hey, that's awesome. I thought I'd be the first one out, but I guess I was dead wrong. I mean, we're talking about a foreign god here, right? One who says he's gonna refute all of human history. I figured the only ones who'd jump on a sweet offer like that would be me, Pepperoncino, or David. Not at all. I have as much desire as the next person. What could be more exciting or enticing than the prospect of creating a new human history? You'd have to be mad to refuse. Well, damn, I stand corrected. So you've finally shown your true colors, huh, Wodim? I mean, there's been times before when I couldn't believe the stuff that came out of your mouth, but still. Anyway, you got a real nice smile now. I like it, it's a big relief. That smile says I'm gonna abandon all of humanity to their deaths, so I can be the king of the goddamn world. If you were all broken up about this while pretending to be one of the good guys, then I'd have some serious reservations about sticking with you. Why did Chaldea try to recruit these psychos? That's all up to Marsbury, isn't it? He handpicked them all. They are all pretty strong in their own rights. Excuse me. Do I really see that different now than I did before? Nope, you don't. That's why I'm so happy about this. You've actually been off your rocker this whole time. Oh well, at least I already know on some level that the members of Team A misunderstood me in many ways. Huh? Hey, don't get all gloomy on me. I like this new you. So what do you want me to do, Wodim? You're the team leader, yeah? And hey, now I finally get what the whole Cryptor thing was all about. That's right. You were brought into the Singularity repair missions for emergency contingencies, weren't you? You know about our secret Sirius lights and how to use them. You also know how they're designed to deliver the decisive blow to ensure the preservation of humanity. When the foreseen singularities appear in the 7 points in human history we expect them to. Huh. I thought only me and Marsbury knew about the Sirius lights. Guess you did too, huh? Or maybe the foreign god told you? Either way, you sure cut my work out for me. Well, you guessed it. I'm the cleanup guy. It's my job to dispose of anyone thinking about deserting their post. So what are you gonna do with me now? Gonna kill me here, while we're all alone, so as to not wreck team morale? No, I think your ruthlessness could be useful. I want to use it. Eventually, everyone from Team A will be resurrected and assigned a Lostbelt. From there, the foreign god will give us each a ticket to potentially become the king of our world in exchange for growing our Lostbelt's tree of emptiness. And I would like you to tear your ticket up. You don't mind, right? It's not as though that ticket will actually be good for anything. However, you can't be reckless about it. You'll need to do it in secret, while making it seem as though you're still giving it an honest try. Huh? Hang on. You're telling me to betray the foreign god, too? What was that about tearing up my chance to become the king of the world? Are you shitting me? You'll be assigned the Isle of Britain. I took the liberty of choosing it for you. I assume you don't mind, it being your homeland. And if I do, not even Marsbury was this unilateral about his decision-making, you know? I see, unfortunately now that I've already brought this up, I can't pretend it never happened. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to kill you. What, seriously? So I got no choice in this? Thank you, Beryl. I'm glad we understand one another. You're the only one I can ask for this. I don't know what the Lostbelt is like, but I do know Britain is crucial to the magecraft world. There's no telling what could happen if the foreign god were to inhabit something which came from there. Is Beryl an elf? I can't tell you the truth yet. It's kind of a spoiler. Well, because Yume Ren was a special heroic spirit, or she was a special hero throughout history, in a sense. Long before she even became a crypter, you know? There's no telling what would happen if the foreign god were to inhabit something which came from there. It's the one Lostbelt that must be cut down before you grow... Must be cut down before it can grow to maturity. How you choose to go about it is your business, but... Basically, you want me to slack off like I've always done, right? Okay, pal, you got it. Besides, I never had much interest in competing to be king of the world anyway. This gig's way more up my alley. That said, Wadim, this is still a deal we're making, so I expect you to keep up your end of it too. Once you become the king of the world, you'd better make damn sure I live it up in the lap of luxury, alright? You been paying your bills? That's good. Shit, there really isn't a goddamn thing here, is there? Well, apart from all the phantasmals and fairies and assorted nasty beasties gunning around. How's a place like this gonna be any threat to the new human history? I guess even Wadim gets it wrong every now and... No, wait. I remember that look on his face. Whatever's here, he's positive it was gonna be a problem. Maybe he knew about something funky going down in London the rest of us didn't. Oh well, no sweat off my back. That just makes my job even easier. Now I can take care of the trees of emptiness without anything getting in my way. Speaking of which, I should probably go out summoning my servant. Thanks for making sure each crypter could summon at least one servant, Marsbury. I mean, it was the least you could do after inscribing us with something as dangerous as the Sirius Lights, but still. Yeah, he probably had more money than you'd expect, and he abused it, trying to chase ambitions and not be safe. Of course, I still don't know exactly what kind of servant I'm gonna get, but I think I can make a pretty good guess. Whoever I summon, my only condition's that they're capable of destroying the world. Well, I am Morgan the Fairy Queen, a ruler. I have come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of witches, are you my master? Ugh, that was a good nap. I knew I made the right choice stopping here before heading home to Darlington. Whoops, sorry, Queenie. I didn't realize you were still hard at work on the throne all by your lonesome. Still, don't you think it's time you just chilled out a bit, Morgan? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. Kirstaria was our biggest enemy, and we defeated him, too. The foreign god never got a hold of the spirit origin she wanted. She never will now. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. We've practically already won. So why not just relax? It's not like Chaldea or the Child of Prophecy are any threat to you, right? Of course not. I have never even considered either of them to be my enemy. My only enemies are the humans who rejected me, and the Isle of Britain that would reject the fairy Britain I've created. Proper human history itself is my enemy, and so I will not relinquish my throne until it has been truly, utterly destroyed. Know this, Barrel Gut. The fault for Bobanshi's failure in Gloucester lies in part with you. If you are so inept as to be unable to babysit a child, I will be forced to reconsider your position as both my husband and master. Tell Bobanshi she had her final chance. I have clearly been too soft on her. It is time she learned to carry herself in a manner befitting my heir. Whatever you say, Morgan. She'd be a lot happier to hear that from you, but I guess that's too much to ask. You don't really love anyone, so there's no chance you'd allow an heir to take over for you. Man, I almost feel sorry for Bobanshi, being adopted by a woman as cold-hearted as you. Crazy, crazy. The plot thickens. It's about as thick as Barghest, you know? Oh, back to Mashu. What's up with Mashu? Mashu! Excuse me. Do any of you guys know what the final section is before they cut us off and make us wait again? After the incident at the pit, Mashu and Ash began investigating ruins all around Britain. Their only leads were the stories passed down within the Mirror Clan, and the murals left by the Rain Clan. 24-7, okay. And so they set out from the west to the east on a great adventure in search of written records, left behind by humans. Between running into moors, getting attacked by anti-Londinium fairies, and fighting the occasional giant monster when Ash felt like it, things weren't always easy. But when all was said and done, these travels became lovely memories. Of course, it helped that Mashu was always so strong and awesome no matter what. Hey Mashu, didn't you call me by some weird name when we first met? I guess I did, I'm sorry. You, looked so much like someone else I know that it just slipped out. Really? There's someone out there who looks just like me? What are they like? I only spent a little time with her, but that was enough for me to know she's a wonderful person. She's brave and kind and dependable, and she spent a lot of time in her workshop making all sorts of clothes. Her name is Habitrot. She's a very happy fairy who wants nothing more than to be friends to brides everywhere. Whoa, so there's a fairy like that in the future, huh? I guess her name does sound a lot like mine. Maybe it's a fake name like Ash's. Maybe she's trying to cover up her true name. Huh? That's enough, Mashu. You agreed not to tell us too much about the future, remember? You're right, I'm sorry. I thought it would make Totoro happy, and I didn't stop to think about what I was doing. Gotcha. You can be pretty careless sometimes, huh, Mashu? I'm sorry, too. Still. I like the idea of being a friend to brides everywhere, too. It sounds like a great life to me. Well, they had a lot of conversations like that, so I thought I'd include one for posterity. Anyway, their search through ruins lasted about 5 months. They didn't learn much, but they didn't give up either. Is Mashu gonna become the senpai at this point? She's been alive longer because of this weird loop thing. They didn't learn much, but they didn't give up either. They kept doggedly pursuing the threads of Britain's history, and eventually arrived at the priestess's prophecy. It was Britain's first prophecy of destruction, a curse left behind by the first human, the priestess of the enshrined deity. It predicted that there would be 4 major wars named after the 4 seasons. The War of Winter had not yet happened. They never did find out what it meant. Really, all I got from our expedition was a lot of fun memories. And while I know I've already written this down several times, let me remind you once again that this took place in Fey Era 400. Now, there were only a few days to go until the coronation at Londinium, which would decide the fate of all of Britain. And as one of the key figures in that coronation, Ash needed to return to the castle soon. What is the thickest thing ever seen from me, Jabba the Hutt? I think there's bound to be bigger. How about the giant fat creature at the end of Akira? The one that I hate because it crushes the waifu. That was like my least favorite part of that whole movie. I'm like, dude, fuck, that's so sad. There, the needlework's all done. All I have to do now is make the embroidery motifs. I think I'll make a purple rose for Ash, and a blue rose for Mashu. Let me see. You did a good job. I have no complaints. You've gone from crybaby to expert. This is why I love handicrafts. Although I'm not sure about using embroidery for the brooch. Ash is going to be a queen, so she should have something that shines. I think a pattern of beads modeled after the world tree should do the trick. Here, give me that. Let me show you how it's done. Akira, the anime. Whoa, have you always been that good with your hands, Black Knight? You're like some sort of sewing master. Totoro's changed so much since you came along, Mashu, and it's all thanks to you. We've been together for hundreds of years, but I've never seen this side of her before. I really am a terrible friend. I was so caught up in the fighting I never even noticed what Totoro was going through. She's always been there for me. Oh no, it was nothing. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, that's all. And the only reason Totoro got interested in making clothes in the first place is the upcoming coronation. She said she wanted to make you a gown so pretty that you'd be the fairest fairy in all of Britain. So I'm sure she would have gone on to become a great tailor, even if I'd never shown up. Ash? Alright, I think you deserve to know at least a little of how I really feel. I'm no savior, Mashu. All I want to do is keep Britain itself alive. I no longer have any intention of saving all its fairies, or protecting humans like you. Huh, so she's like Morgan. What are you saying? You are protecting everyone. I've seen it myself. Here's the thing, Mashu. For the last 3,600 years, I've been dispelling the calamities that appear every 100 years, and the great calamities that appear every 1,000. Before, when I said I would let the fairies handle the aftermath and go to sleep in a coffin, well, it wasn't the whole truth. The truth is, every time I saved them from a calamity, the fairies would come after me. I've never known a moment of true peace. The only thing I could ever do is run for my life and hibernate for years at a time. I'm sure that, at the start, I really did want to build an ideal nation. But not now. Not anymore. Every time I decide to work harder and finally get it right next time, I only end up having more stones thrown at me. I've been imprisoned, crucified, beheaded, drowned, burned. The only thing they haven't done is poison me. This sounds a little bit like Archer here, you know? Emiya Archer. So by now I've stopped putting my hopes in fairies. My only companions are Tolterot, the Black Knight, and Rhynek. I'm not even so sure about Uther. Even they only see me as an important tool, nothing more. So I only fight to protect Britain for myself. It's the only place I belong. That's why I'm going to unify the fairies and give humans the right to build a kingdom. That's the Britain I want. The sort of story proper human history would never allow. I've never been Ash the Savior. I'm just Ash the Witch. But surely there must have been at least one good fairy, right? One who believed in you and understood you? Wasn't there ever a single fairy you genuinely wanted to help? No, there wasn't. Not a single one. That's why things turned out this way. Masha, you came here from the era of the High Queen. I don't know which faction you belonged to in that time. I can never know, for if I did, that would change what happens in the future. I've been vacillating for a long time about whether to kill you or save you. But I don't think it matters now. This is the Fae era, history entirely of the Tree of Emptiness's making. And as long as that tree exists, anything goes in its Lostbelt. No matter what may be added to this world, it will simply adjust its history to match. Things don't have to make sense in a world with a Tree of Emptiness. The reason Morgan was so cavalier about using the water mirror to send things back in time to the Fae era is her awareness that nothing which changed in the Fae era will affect the start of the era of the High Queen. Huh. So you're saying worlds created by trees of emptiness can tolerate a fair number of discrepancies without falling apart? That's right. That's why I'm here. The Fae era is the last point in time where things can be so wibbly-wobbly. The moment you spoke of the era of the High Queen, I had a flash of insight as how the future must have played out. She must have used all the magical energy stored inside the Tree of Emptiness to transform this Lostbelt into a singularity. I still won't know why she chooses to do that until the time comes, of course. Fruit oranges? Oranges are okay. I tend to like other fruit more. But in the meantime, Mashu, I can tell you that you can only exist while the Fae era lasts. In 400 years, at the start of the era of the High Queen, you'll disappear whether you're still alive or dead. You do understand that, right? Yes, I arrived in Britain in the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen. Since I didn't exist in that era before that date, when the Tree of Emptiness dies... I swear, just because Fae era's history can be changed, that doesn't give her the right to send every problem she can't handle back to the past to let nature disappear it for her. And now she started sending servants as well as calamities. Unbelievable. That's just pathetic, is what it is. So I guess the least I can do is make things right. Since I'm mixed up in all of this too, it's my responsibility to send you back to the future you came from. Are you sure? No, wait, is that even possible? In a way, yes. It should work as long as there aren't any historical inconsistencies leading up to the calamity of Norwich in the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen. So, how would you feel about hiding out at the farthest edge of the world, where no one else would ever see you? Say what? Wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff? What's that from? Yeah, I don't know how she's alive. This whole thing is a giant freaking mindfuck. It really is. A fascinating one, but still. Hey, Albion. Okay. Someone's gonna get down with Dragon. Oh, Doctor Who. Thank you. I do remember that phrase. I do. Because Ari-chan loves Doctor Who. At least the David Tennant stuff. Here's the Tree of Emptiness over the far shore. So this is the Lake District. Damn, this Tree of Emptiness must have been huge, even compared to the others we've seen so far. So this is the tree that withered away 2,000 years ago. And that Morgan then burned down to destroy the Tree of Emptiness in Olympus a few months ago. Hey, Sarah, Artoria still hasn't cheered up. What's going on with her? I take it you don't come to the Lake District very often. No, of course not. I'll have you know there's no pussy! Yeah, I was just thinking, so this is the famous Lake District. It, sure is a pretty as a picture, isn't it? Also just as quiet. Did I mention quiet? Damn, you have no poker face at all, do you? Evil necrophilia? Because there was a criminal that got caught in 2020 because he was one of the worst criminals? I don't know the details of that, actually. Necrophilia is, yes, definitely pretty messed up. I mean, I could imagine worse crimes, but that's still, yeah, really, really messed up. You're obviously still thinking about what Bargas told us, right? Don't keep it to yourself. Is this Beryl Gut truly Morgan's master, huh? That is the question. To some extent he is, we've seen it. Though, of course, the real question might be, is Morgan actually a servant? It's a hell of a conundrum, that's for sure. Sarah and I have been going back and forth trying to square that circle ever since we got here. At first I thought Morgan was the king of this Lostbelt. Same. I mean, she'd pretty much have to be if she's been ruling here for 2,000 odd years. But after meeting Morgan and Beryl in Camelot... You mean when Beryl said he was Morgan's master and she didn't deny it? So Morgan's not Beryl's servant, but Beryl is Morgan's master. That's a brainbuster, ain't it? I don't even know where to begin. Any ideas on how that could work, Da Vinci? I'm afraid not. There's just too little information to work with. If Holmes were here, he could string a number of theories together into a plausible hypothesis, but he's not. What about you, Artoria? Did you come up with anything? I do have one idea, I think. I remember what you said about masters and servants, and the kind of things Chaldea's done so far. But I'd rather not think about it any more than that. If I'm right, then Morgan would be... impossible for you to beat? A fairy you'd rather not even fight at all if you don't have to? Habitrot? What's wrong with not wanting to fight her? Who says you have to try and beat her no matter what? Chaldea's goal is to acquire Morgan's Rongominiad, and the Child of Prophecy's goal is to ring the 6 bells. Trust me, I heard Einzel's Child of Prophecy poem in Londinium enough to last a lifetime. And there's not a single verse in there about killing the Queen. But Morgan herself told me to defeat her. Did she now? She's just playing everyone's antagonist because she doesn't dare trust anyone anymore. But I'm not saying more than that. All I care about is Mashu and Sarah finally being reunited. I would say the first option, Dawson. If I had to guess which one is worse, in my opinion. Because when you're dead, and I know violating a corpse is really messed up, but it's not depriving that particular person of any chance at life, you know what I mean? But that's a pretty, deep discussion, I'm sure. You can go around trying to preach everyone else all the time. Sometimes you just gotta tell them to piss off, or you can't go around. No more chit-chat. We've already got a few mores headed our way. You remember Barghest's warning, Sarah? Good. And don't hold back. We're all counting on your firepower to get us through this. Yep. Yippity-yep. What you mean is the surfing bikini.
水着剣豪いざ参るとか言っちゃうか私
God damn it, they're doing this on purpose, putting two berserkers at the start.
早掛けですよカルウェナ早掛けですよカルウェナやだね 2.1 流夏のせいってね腰が違うのです腰が兵法がここにかけて
Yeah.
剣豪バットゥーオーイエーセクシーマイネームイ武蔵宮本 熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズ
Well, okay, so she's not surfing, she's on a jet ski, but still.
さてどこから潰したもの簡単に終わらないようにヒューショータイムセイヒタイそれは絶えず見た滅びの夢
Luckily, my purpose could never be undone. Appreciating waifu. That will always be worth celebrating. Dude! 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 What a slimy bastard! Dude! Dude! God, Morgan took those in the face and died. That's so sad. God damn. That was personal. I like Barghest more than Ku, but, you know, you can't deny Ku's important. Servant that I like that isn't really used much would be Matahari. Dude, that didn't do jack shit. Oof. My NP gain is shot to shit. Do I watch criminal documentaries? Yes, kind of. I watch the stuff that's on YouTube because it's really fascinating. What is it, like Explorer with Us is a channel? Like Iwu, I think they call themselves. They're pretty cool. There's another guy who reads occasionally crime-based stuff, and it's Mr. Ballin. Mysterious biological weapon. Yeah, I can blame Coins Gaia for pretty much everything. Damn it. Hey, but we got Canis.
たまにはな。下がっているように。輝き。早炊きです。カルウェナ。
Aw, you NPC'd me, you bastard. You absolute bastard. I see your question? You see your question? Dude. I hate when people are like... I already talked to you about surfing bikini. What about surfing bikini? Dude, that's what Musashi is. Summer Musashi is my surfing bikini that I'm taking into battle. I'm not sure what you're referring to otherwise. Disturbing history. I think I did see their channel a little bit too. It's bound to have been recommended to me at some point. Burb. Burbity burb. Nice. If you only can click locked MP, what? When you cleanse with Artoria, you can use the other NP. Oh, I don't know. Hey, the bond point is up again. Interlude unlocked, finally. Finally, I don't have to necessarily use Canis anymore. Not like she's bad, but, you know, wasn't any class advantage there. That last monster was certainly new for Britain. Nope, that woman's gotta be nearby. What does she think this is, a vacation? Looks like it's going to take us at least a full day to make it through the Lake District and get to the North Coast. I don't think we'll make it more than halfway today. We should look for a forest we can make camp before nightfall. Say, Habitrot, do you maybe know this area? You said you were originally from the north, right? Well, yeah, I guess. This place hasn't changed in forever, so I at least know it better than the south. Why do you ask, Da Vinci? You want a history lecture from old Habby Cat? If you could, that'd be great. We never heard much about the Lake District down south. Gotcha. Okay then, but just until sunset. Long ago, Britain used to be way smaller. Back then, this area was all ocean. At the time, Britain was the only landmass in the world. At least the fairies thought so. So they worked to expand the isle. Then one day, when they'd expanded it up to where Manchester is now, they noticed where there was a forest on the far shore. That was this place, the British Lostbelt's Lake District, a forest in the middle of the ocean. That's where the northern fairies come from. They'd been living off the fruits of that forest all that time. The northern fairies? So they were Knocknarea's ancestors? Yep, the 6 clans and the northern fairies have totally separate lineages. Anyway, back in Fae Era 6000, I guess that'd be 8,000 years ago? Britain had its very first war. In it, the northern and southern fairies fought each other. Nowadays, it's only known as the War of Spring. It happened when the northern fairies got jealous of the land the southern fairies had and crossed the sea to invade it. Dawson, that particular topic is not something I want to talk about right now. Those are all things that are like, yabai for a live stream. Do you really think someone like Calliope Mori would answer a question like that? Sorry. It happened when the northern fairies got jealous of all the land the southern fairies had and crossed the sea to invade it. But even though their leader was super strong on average, the northern fairies were still weaker than the southern ones. I actually have to take a quick break. It's time for my doggy's dinner, and I just need to make sure she's doing good. I'll be right back. I'm sorry to hear that, Vincent Lee. I've even got it set on a lower bandwidth, so maybe... I don't know, man. Maybe other things that your internet uses are also showing the same symptoms? Maybe run a speed test? A reaction video live stream? It depends. What do you mean, why no one want to help? I don't know if there's anything you can do. But even though their leader was super strong on average... Oh, we already did that. Alright, next. Back then, there were no humans on the northern fairy side. Only the southern fairies kept humans. So the war ended with the southern fairies' victory. Apparently it was a total massacre. Whenever the Northern Fairies' successors were born, the Southern Fairies would just kill them on the spot. That's where they got all the bodies they needed to fill the ocean up in the Lake District. They killed so many Northern Fairies that eventually, new generations stopped being born altogether. What happened to the Northern Fairies after that? Everyone thought they'd gone extinct, but nope. It turned out they were still alive. I've got 2 more hours of this stream, for the record, guys. No, you're fine. The leader of the Northern Fairies was made of much sterner stuff than any fairy from the 6 clans. Well, they weren't called the 6 clans back then, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the Northern Queen escaped, left the Lake District, and went on to make the Western Island all by herself out in the middle of the empty sea. The Western Island, Ireland, became a legendary island that no one could see, but existed all the same. It became the final hope for fairies who were exiled from Britain, a sort of last bastion of castaways. Later on, there'd be another war between the North and the South called the War of Summer. But that has nothing to do with the Lake District, so I'll just skip that one. Anyway, after the First War, the War of Spring, the Southern Fairies claimed the Lake District for themselves and began developing their civilization even further. The fairies that would go on to become the Mirror Clan, and the fairies from Britain's northernmost area that would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities there. Though, of course, as you can see, they've long since been wiped out. Not sure thriving is the word I'd use then. Then again, the idea of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. Morgan's Fairy Britain has lasted for more than 2,000 years, remember? Of course, you can't really call it thriving either, since it hasn't advanced any in all that time. The Rain Clan, I see. Britain's skies are always cast in twilight. So it makes sense that there would have been 2 fairies controlled by the rain and the other weaker. Sorry, would have been fairies who controlled the rain and other weather, there we go. Sorry. But why'd the Rain Clan go extinct? Did they disappear naturally, or... I'll tell you that once we get to Orkney. Any news on your next videos? It looks like I might be doing more streaming next week. Yeah, I'll be streaming more next week, because apparently I'm not that close to finishing this. I don't even know if I'm at a halfway point or anything of the sort, but eventually, I suppose. But I do have a Lessons in Magecraft to wrap up the month, and another of my dai-chan manga episodes for y'all. I'll tell you that one once we get to Orkney. All you need to know for now is that the Rain Clan and their city, Orkney, were destroyed in Fey Era 4000. So 6,000 years ago, then. Now I see. So that's why Ireland's nowhere to be found. The Northern Fairies must be of Irish descent. And the only Northern Fairies to survive the War of Spring was their queen. But then, what happened to the Western Island? Why is that gone too? What do you think? Because the Northern Fairies migrated to Britain, of course. Mab made that island to keep her fairies safe. She took it all back into herself just before she invaded the British Isle. That was the War of Summer. Back in Fey Era 2000, Ash the Savior and the first Tam Lin fought in it too. Oh, was that Tam Lin Ector then? Man, you guys wouldn't believe how strong Queen Mab was. After their failure in the War of Spring, The northern fairies coexisted with humans in Ireland for 4,000 years. The southern fairies only saw humans as tools for producing entertainment. The northern fairies, though, they saw humans as partners, and together they built a real civilization. So even though the southern fairies had the numbers advantage, the northern fairies were still overwhelmingly stronger. At first, Queen Mab wanted to wipe out the southern fairies as payback for what they did to the northern ones. But eventually, Ash managed to broker a peace between the two sides. As part of the deal, the northern fairies were ceded, Ever think of doing an update on the anime you watch on a video? Of course. I'll definitely do that. I'm just really swamped with the current lineup of Lostbelt stuff. It's really hard to keep up with, honestly. As part of the deal, the northern fairies were ceded the north part of Britain as their territory, and welcomed into the fold as the King clan. Ah, okay. That's when the 6 clans we have now first came about. The rest you guys already know. Anyway, with that kind of bad blood between them, it's no wonder the fairies of the north and south still don't get along, even in the era of the High Queen, right? Right, I totally remember my fairy history, yes. Basically, all you have to remember is that there was a big battle between the clans in the last years of the Fae era, right before the era of the High Queen began. What about the start of the Fae era 14,000 years ago? Do you know anything about that? Nope, there's not a single record of Britain's genesis. Ash and the first Tamlin tried their hardest to track one down, but all they learned was the story of the 6 fairies. The 6 fairies, as in... the mural. So you already know about it. Yep, it was that mural. You know, come to think of it, I'm pretty sure there was a dragon skull at the bottom of that mural, too. So that's probably the whole Albion thing, but I guess... Carnunos is, like, sitting there, like, dead on top of the Tomb of Albion or something. I don't remember all that much about it either, but if you want, I'll tell you what I know as a bedtime story. Not that there's all that much to it. At best, it only makes for a decent lullaby. Kenny! Kitty has eaten his dinner and he is on the prowl. Oh yeah, I don't need you no more. Whoa, 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 come here, come here. Dog, power strip, here we go. Kenshin is hungry for souls. That's funny. No, no, damn it, damn it, damn it. Back off. Don't go that way. If you want to lay down and lick my foot, you can do so here. Where you going, girl? Where you going? Where you going? Con is a good girl. No, I'm not going to do Resident Evil 0 on a stream, more than likely. It's just not my specialty on the channel. Uh-oh. Hold on, my dog knocked down the mouse. You're so cute, but what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you bored? Are you bored? Who's my little baby? Who's my little bored baby girl? Who's my bored little baby girl? You realize that you got a treat thing that you haven't finished. Sorry about that. No, Kenny's not near the power strip. That was the dog. It's hard because she wants to be with me and she wants to lay under the desk, and I want her to do that too. But then she keeps changing positions and getting bored or wanting to lick different parts of my feet, and she has to move around each and every time, and sometimes she'll grab the mouse cable and drag it along with her. It's a bit of a pain, for sure. Okay, what was I trying to do? Oh yeah, I don't need... Where's my titty monk? There you go. Let's use you. Oh. That should do. Ever think of expanding more types of videos? Dude, I do different types of videos a lot. I do Fate things on Fridays, and generic or general anime things on Tuesdays. Although these 2 weeks have been a little different, God forbid, because I've got a Lostbelt. Catch you later. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryu Dragon. I guess you can't trust YouTube to notify you properly. That really bugs me, hearing that. She's like, you're a hoe. I'm gonna beat you with a hoe. Why would the Lostbelt ever call the Northern and Southern Fairies those names? I've never heard those names before in my life. It's possible it's the device you're watching it on, too. I'm sorry you're 4 hours late to the stream. I mean, obviously I will archive it. It will be up tonight, before the stream tomorrow. But yeah, when you would have been here 4 hours, I could see how frustrating that is. Yeah, I don't trust YouTube. I don't trust YouTube for half that stuff. This spot looked perfect. Okay guys, that's enough walking for today. Let's go ahead and set up camp. I'll pitch the tent. You sure will. I'll go gather firewood. I'll go write a report to the border. I'll go laze around for a while since I'm just plain tired. Then I'll put up a bounded field to ward off animals and insects. Gosh, camping is so much fun no matter where you do it. Roger that. All hands move out! Hello! Oh, come on, you stupid ghost. He's like, I'm spying on you! All that's left now is to rest up for tomorrow. Yep, I think now is a good time to call it a night. There don't seem to be any dangerous creatures here, so... Hold it. I still haven't told you guys about the 6 fairies like I promised. Oh right, I'm sorry, Happy Cat. Please, go right ahead. Don't worry, I'm listening. It sounds pretty important after all. Okay, now, which diary was it? Aha! Here it is. Happy Cat's History, page 153. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Hey! Long ago, as far back as time can go. 14,000 years, apparently. 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. They'd come outside? From where? There was no land, no rocks, no fish, no birds. And of course, there were no mountains or forests, which the 6 fairies loved more than anything. The 6 fairies didn't know what to do. They grew sad and thought of going home. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant, fluffy creature. It's so fluffy! On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The animal on its shoulder called the fluffy creature Kernunos. They're like, ew! Kernunos, the animal, and the 6 fairies soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But you gotta do something. Believe in yourself. But Kernunos made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. However, the animal said that Kernunos was a god, and that he needed offerings. So the 6 fairies offered Kernunos their joy. And they offered Kernunos their wish. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. So the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after their rejoicing ended, the god grew tired and fell asleep. The 6 fairies revered Kernunos for the granting their wish. They made grateful use of everything that was left behind. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. The end. So was that helpful, Artori? Wow, you're amazing, Happy Cat. I can't believe how much you know. Are you falling asleep? Is she talking in her sleep, pretending to be awake? What about the rest of you? Muramasa, Da Vinci, Sarah? I'm fine. I'm still awake. I knew it. You gotta be patient if you're gonna make a good spouse one day. But seriously, that was really helpful. It seems pretty clear now that the giant beast from the mural, Kernunos, really did exist, along with the 6 clan ancestors. Also, what do you think that animal riding on Kernunos' shoulder was? It was a honey badger. Doesn't give a shit. Maybe a human? Okay, fine. Humans are animals, fair enough. I think so too. Gods do like having mouthpieces. My guess is this human was Kernunos' priest. The first human, right? They were probably there to share their god's word with the world. I see. So that'd mean when Britain was first created, there was a god, a priest, and fairies, huh? But now there's no god, no priest, and the only humans that exist were made by fairies. There's gotta be something more to this story. Maybe that's what's Morgan's hiding. Seeing how any stories related to gods completely died out in the era of the High Queen, you're probably right. But that leaves us with yet another question. If this story is true, It'd mean Cernunnos gave the southern fairies, the 6 clans' ancestors, this land. But then who gave the northern fairies the land with woods on it in the Lake District? Oh, I know that one. This is a secret only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the High Queen began knew, but a certain being's corpse lay somewhere in that Lake District. Even the world had become totally blank, or an empty sea with no life. It remained all by itself, without decomposing until it eventually transformed into a small forest. Albion, the border, the last dragon. So instead of digging itself in during the Age of Gods, or past the Age of Gods, this Albion just, died in the north. Interesting. The corpse it left behind when it failed to return to Paradise of Avalon became the Northern Fairies' homeland. Ah, I see, Ezra. That's really helpful to know, actually. Wait, spamming? What are you talking about spamming? Who's spamming? Spamming what? It looks like we're fighting more ghosties, so we'll just do the exact same thing we just did. So that's what we talked about last night. Thanks, Sarah, and I'm sorry again about falling asleep last night, Happy Cat. It's okay, I'm not mad anymore. Besides, I did say it'd make for a decent lullaby. It sure did, it slept great. I haven't dreamt so peacefully in a long time. So just how amazing was this Albion thing anyway? In proper human histories, archaeological circles, Albion is thought to be the name of Britain's prehistoric civilization. In the Magecraft world, it's also known as the Dragon of the Age of Gods, and the last pure-blooded dragon. So to put how amazing that is in more concrete terms, Didn't know about that prehistoric civilization crap. Well, while servants, that is heroic spirits, could be said to be super beings that are way beyond humanity, both physically and spiritually, not all servants are equal. They're ranked based on the scale of their spirit origin. Oh, I see, you posted the same thing twice. I see. Sometimes it can be hard to read stuff like that. They're ranked based on the scale of their spirit origin. The heroic spirits at the very top of the tier, the ones that even other heroic spirits would consider astonishingly powerful, are known as Grand Servants. By that token, Albion would probably be considered a Grand Dragon by other dragons. I mean, if it was around when Earth was formed, that alone would mean it possessed 4.6 billion years worth of genetic information. Not really. Just means it's that old. Unless you're assuming that this dragon, kept eating people and its genes, combined. My genes don't become more like a chicken when I eat chicken. I don't know what she's getting at here. It's not a god that was modeled on human perception or one discovered through faith. It's a primordial, supernatural being. That said, humanity's no slouch either. In just a few 100,000 years, we took the accumulation of all 4.6 billion years worth of life on this Earth and deciphered it, acquired it for ourselves, and are actively trying to develop it even further. So while a single human might not compare to something as amazing as Albion as a race, there's nothing out there that surpasses humanity. We are the most advanced life form on Earth, you know. Well said. We might be enemies, but just now I'm real glad we're on the same side. Thanks. You might be our enemy, but I love how you give credit where it's due. Of all the ways for two people to become friends. Yet they still think of themselves as enemies. Weird. I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have always and will be... boys have and always will be boys, huh? What? That's sexist. Dragon Quest battle, begin! I'm sorry, but you're gonna get punched by a titty monk. It's just how it be. Although it seems like you're in cheater mode right now. One turn, one left. Okay, so I just have to punch you once, then do the Noble Phantasm. That makes sense. Dawson, I feel like we've already talked about that in previous streams. I don't know if I have any more to say on the matter. Okay, that's enough of that. You're the fairy who's been following us since yesterday, aren't you? That's me, hi there. I'm Mirror the Night Call, and I can talk. I've been watching you guys since I picked up your lovely auras. By the way, unlike the original, my gender isn't exactly a secret, okay? Nightcall. So you're a spirit who didn't disappear after dying? That's weird. I don't sense any hostility or malice or anything from you. Nope. I don't have any regrets or grudges. I'm just too strong to disappear, that's all. I've been stuck like this for years on end now. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do about it either. Gotcha, that sounds like a real problem. Would it help if we left some food on your grave or something? You want to leave food on my grave? Even though there's nothing there? That's so funny! But thanks, you really are nice fairies. Man, you sure are a cheerful night call, aren't you? Guess you didn't die because you lost your purpose then. How'd you bite it? Was it sudden? Did you have an unlucky accident or something? It was more of an incident than an accident. We were all massacred by the fire and wind 6 years ago, just like Ainsel predicted. Ainsel died then too. Now there's no one from the Mirror clan left. Dude, I'm just turning into my Blackbeard voice. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't. Or was there? That's odd. Oh well, everyone forgets things sometimes. Anyway, you guys look like you're a lot of fun, so I have a little request I'm hoping you can help me with. If all the Lostbelts fight, who would win? I don't know enough about all 6 Lostbelts. Yes, Edward Teach, Blackbeard. And he talks kind of like this, yes. Not with the accent, though. I guess I need a line that would sound like something he would say. See, a few days ago, a weird fairy showed up and started living in a really important place we used to protect. Do you think you might be able to chase her off for me? Well, while we're usually willing to help fairies, I mean, night calls in need. We kind of have somewhere we need to be ourselves. But, just out of curiosity, what does this weird fairy look like? Well, she's wearing a fancy upper-class fairy dress, and she even wears fancy glasses. And she has a whole bunch of subordinates and a pink tail. Hang on, that sounds like... Quiet Sky. Poignant Sky is that servant we saw with Murian, right? Oberon seemed to think she was dangerous, but does that mean she's a problem Chaldea has to deal with too? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure about that. Watch Horrible History? I don't think so, it doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, I got a lot of apples. There's no doubt that she's fundamentally incompatible with humanity as a whole, but we've also never faced her directly just yet. She did try to kill us during the attack on Chaldea's base, but that was probably just her following the foreign god's orders. She's also made a habit of toying with the local populace in each Lostbelt, but I think that's just her way of enacting retribution. She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in a given world, like the relationship between the ruling class and the lower class, and exaggerated them. She may hate humanity, but she's never tried to obliterate it. I love Robot Chicken. That said, she's been making a point of collecting creatures from each Lostbelt, which never existed in proper human history. Also, she is the immature form of a beast, hell-bent on destroying humanity. Or sorry, an evil bent on destroying humanity. Would put her pretty firmly in the evil camp. Question, do you have a preferred YouTube group that does presentations of essays on real lore and or mythologies? Not necessarily. What is there, like, overly sarcastic productions? Their stuff's pretty fun. It's very layman's terms. If Koi and Skya were just acting as Murian's bodyguard, that's between them. We'd have no business interfering. But if she's adding to her collection here too, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. It's really only a matter of time until she turns those creatures against us. Stopping her now is just kind of a self-defense, so we don't have to fight them off later. I see, I think I understand why she's so dangerous now. I have not watched that particular I haven't watched that far into the Fast and Furious at all. In which case she must be after... Mirror, are we headed to the bog where the dragon's remains are now? We sure are! That wind fairy came what? Trundling up to that pitch-black pool one day with an umbrella in tow, even though no one besides us should know about it. Then she kicked out the Moors, and the last time I saw, she was doing something nasty to the dragon's corpse. Koyanskaya the necrophiliac. Dragon's corpse? She's after Albion. Damn it, has she no shame at all? I only actually fully watched Tokyo Drift. That thing's gotta be like a national treasure. No tourist like her has a right to take it. Come on, let's hurry. Why would we care about how that looks on proper human history? It's not even the same one. Moors! Moors! There's a whole bunch of Moors here! Run for it, everyone! Forget that the dragon's corpse Don't throw your lives away! Don't worry, we'll be fine. Luckily, there aren't many pure fairies here, so we can handle a bunch of Moors. Did you like Han? I don't know which one that was. It's been ages since I saw that movie. Oh, but make sure you stand back, Habitrot. We don't want to risk a worst-case scenario. To me, it was just like America watching Initial D and being like, this doesn't have enough crime and drugs in it. That was pretty much what Tokyo Drift was. Don't be daft, you idiot. This is no time to be worrying about me. Their poison is super deadly. Oh yeah, and let's make the main character a damn hick. Make sure your healers are ready to go, Sarah. If I have to, I'll go fight these things myself. Han is the friend of Sean. See, that doesn't help me at all, because I don't even remember who the hell any of them were. The main character. Are you talking about the black dude? Who told him he needs to take off or switch his shoes out for going to school? No Artoria this time around? Really? I hate when they do that. Okay, well, waiver it is. So many characters they're forcing me to use. Get out. Get out. You come here. And then one that can fight this type of servant. It's always moon cancers, though. I don't have a lot of moon cancers. Let's do Kiara. Why not? Why not? What is hers? Is she in arts? Yeah, that actually works out quite well. Favorite kind of food you've seen in a cooking show? I don't know. I just love burgers. They don't have to be on a cooking show for me to like those. Damn, there's a lot of them. Alrighty. I never remember what the fuck this skill is supposed to do. It's so weird. Apply guts, remove debuffs, increase NP rank, and apply Mermaid's Nourishment. Where skill rank up is applied every turn for forearms for herself, can be stacked, and the second and third skills can rank up for a maximum of 2. Like, that makes absolutely no sense to me. I hate that shit. I'm just gonna use it, and it's all sorts of weird shit. I'm still not sure what that means. I have not dabbled in AI art since I made that one video on it a while back. So, no, not really. Flap. Yay, I chose well. She broke them all. See, I think it's funny, Caitlin, because what you just said was not anywhere in the description as far as I was concerned. I think it's funny when they smash their hands down. But yeah, I see it now. There's an upgrade to that. Faux show. So what? Basically, you use the first skill, you wait a couple turns, then use the other 2 skills for the most added benefit, right? Is that the idea?
迷いも嘆きも大切に海の泡に返しましょうニルバーナラッキーヘブンズフォーム
Revenge poison! Revenge poison! Nice try, dude. What would happen if we all died from that poison, though? Would I actually lose the fight that way? That would be so petty. For the Annie, should I pick Waver? You haven't... I don't know. Whoever you need. You already have an NP5 Castoria? That's impressive. Did Kiara Sesshoin seduce you? No. Crap, 3 was bad enough. Now there's even more! Something's not right here. Moors wouldn't gather on their own like this. It's gotta be a trap Koi and Skya set. She must really not want anyone getting past here. You mean she's already got Moors under her thumb? This Koi and Skya lady must be even more trouble than I thought. In fact, now that I think about it, I can't believe you knew what she was like and still greeted her in Gloucester like it was no big deal, Sarah. Yeah, well, I was distracted by her cleavage. It kinda happens a lot. What else could we have done back then? Murian was there too, you know? Now quit griping and get back to fighting. If we can't end this, I'm gonna end up using my Noble Phantasm until I'm drained dry. Keep those enchantments coming, Artoria. I'll pull off 3 Tsumukari in a row if that's what it takes, even if I have to burn my own Spirit Origin for fuel. Huh? Does that mean servant Spirit Origins are flammable? Can't speak for everyone's, but mine is. Look, don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep them coming. When you've been standing at the forge as long as I have, losing an eye or a leg stops seeming much like a big deal. I actually don't remember that scene much. Oh, hey, Lancelot, what's up? What are you doing here? Never mind that, I'm going to clear out these moors. Stand back, Child of Prophecy, you're only getting in my way. No way! That's the Child of Prophecy? Now that I'm a night call, I couldn't tell it was her. But now I'm getting a better look at her. I can sense it too. Yay! She finally made it back to the entrance to paradise. Oh? This is great, what a relief. Now all of our purposes have finally been fulfilled. Why are you bringing that up, Dawson? That's out of nowhere. No, I don't. I barely remember the movie. Hello, Britain's Belle of Ending. So you're the one with the highest of callings? The second Avalon LaFay? What are you talking about? What? Yeah, whatever. I can't say I'm a huge fan of those movies, honestly. I see none of you were hurt or killed. Not that it's any of my concern. Can't believe she just took out all those Moors by herself. You didn't come here to save us, did you? No, I suppose I could have just left you to your own devices. But this place is special to me, so I didn't want Moors ruining it, that's all. So you're not gonna fight the Child of Prophecy? Yes, I will, but not now. We all know there's going to be a war eventually. When there is, we Tamlin will lead the charge against the Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage. There's no need to rush things. When the time comes, I'll make your deaths so excruciating that your souls will flee your bodies from the pain alone. You know, I've never thought about vampires getting STDs, but I guess you've opened a new door. So cruel and sadistic. You're pretty ugly on the inside for a fairy said to be the most beautiful in Britain, aren't you? Me, the most beautiful? That's very kind of you to say, but no, I'm not the most beautiful fairy in Britain. Well, maybe if you value function over form, but true beauty has nothing to do with combat ability. Why am I bothering to talk about this? I really need to learn what is and isn't appropriate for fairies one of these days. Anyway, I take it you're all here to ring the bell of pilgrimage? If you are, then I'd just turn around and leave if I were you. There's nothing like that here anymore. Anything that used to be here has long since been burned to... Ah! I'm a sneaky, sneaky skeleton. Yikes, you scared me. Did you see a ghost or something? Yes, I'm looking at one. Have you guys really not noticed it until just now? Oh, he's our buddy. It's a night call. And if it's here, it must be from the Mirror Clan. I see. So that's what was calling to me. Huh? No, you've got it all wrong. We don't begrudge anyone anything. We already did everything we had to do. We have nothing left to tell you. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to hurry to the bog? Otherwise, you might be too late to stop that outsider from taking your homeland for herself. At least we got a friend to piss off Koyanskaya. Come on! Lancelot or no Lancelot, we can't let Koyanskaya get away with this, right? Sorry, it's more like, come on! We gotta go! Gotta go right now. What the fuck? They've got police tape here? I mean, I've seen this picture many, many times before. But not with the police tape. What the hell? Oh, cool. Because Koyanskaya put it up, duh. Judging from its bones, that creature must have been enormous. What are these hideous bindings doing here? How dare you wade into our lake with your dirty feet? My feet weren't that dirty. I showered. Dirty feet of all the nerve. I'll have you know I'm very fond of this dress Lady Murian gave me. So I've been toiling away at this excavation from the air, as you can see. Unfortunately, these moors I just acquired have been unable to either transport or destroy it. So I was nearly on the verge of writing the whole thing off as a loss. But luckily, even though these bones are worthless junk to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Now I'll get my hands on the Tamlin I've been waiting for and hoping for. This aura. You must be an immature beast. You know about beasts, Lancelot? Of course I do. Why do you know about them? Oh, I see. Proper human history must be having a tougher time than I thought. Those bones must be what's left of Albion's corpse. Whatever Koyanskaya wants with them, we can't let her get it. Come on, Sarah. We need you to help Lancelot. Sorry, we need to help Lancelot. I don't know what Koyanskaya is after, but whatever it is, it can't be good. This time we're gonna cut off her tail and send her packing. What was that? How dreadfully crude. Not all of us world-class beauties ruin nations, you know. Why, if anything, I'm doing humanity a favor. I'd say what I'm doing here is philanthropy. But I suppose trying to get you all to see reason is a fool's errand, since you can't even see what a blight this thing actually is. Ugh. All the hard work I put in to acquire this fine specimen of a weapon, and you've all ruined it. You know, I think this may be a fine occasion to finally get rid of you all. Stand back, everyone. Something huge is coming out of the bog. Is that a dragon? Could it be Albion itself? No, what are you, blind? It's just another Moors. You're all brawn and no brains, aren't you? You'll never be a match for Morgan like that. Hey, you can't blame Artoria for being confused. These magical energy levels are insane. They're as high as the Calamity in Norwich, if not higher. You're right. I didn't want to believe it, but this water is all made up of the same stuff as Moors. It's literally dripping with animosity towards fairies. We're basically surrounded by Moors now. There's no escape. That's right. This is where Albion's dead flesh rotted away, becoming the most foul substance in all of Britain. And that's not all. This is also where the northern fairies were massacred in the War of Spring. For 8,000 years, their hatred has festered away in this natural cauldron. Albion itself may be no more than a pile of bones now. But it's no trouble to collect all the magical elements that were left here and make them into what they used to be. What are you saying? Are you planning to steal Albion's corpse since it perished all alone in the sea of nothingness? Of course not. My clients wouldn't be interested in acquiring a zombie. No, this is strictly a one-time deal. I'll return it to its old decayed flesh once all of Chaldea's dead. Besides, you're the thing I'm really after. Haven't I already mentioned that? You see, Lord Beryl gave me a juicy, super secret bit of info. You're a living Albion, so I'm going to take you away from here and keep you all to myself. Lancelot is Albion? Now, as much as I hate to cut short a chat about my fabulous products, I'm afraid I must. Good day, Chaldeans. Thank you so much for your patronage these last several months. Now allow me to escort you down the depths of hell, where you can wait for Britain's destruction. This is way worse than it was in Norwich. It's suicide to fight a Moors of this scale without Mashi's protection. We gotta find a way to retreat back to those ruins! Does this game hate Scotland? Why would it hate Scotland? The hell it is, don't be fooled. This thing's all bark and no bite. Sure, this bog's curse is powerful, but it's not a real calamity. That weird lady up there is just giving it temporary form. You guys can take this thing easy. Now come on and kick its butt, Sarah. This is no time to be hanging out here. Mashi was waiting for you to come get her in Orkney. Really, Happy Cat? Let's go! Damn, just when I thought I'd broken their spirits. If only that odd little fairy hadn't stuck her nose in. Fine, I'll help you all here. Just this once, I'm going to disable the name and gift Her Majesty bestowed on me. Because if that really is Albion's animated flesh, then I'm the only one who can burn it away. Hear me, I am not the knight known as Lancelot. My true name is Melusine, Melusine of the Dark Bog. I am the descendant of Albion, given my name by the most beautiful being alive. Oh, she finds dragons beautiful. I see. I see. Wait, no, I don't want a berserker. Come here. Wait, are you telling me I can only use one Artoria? God, I hate when they do that. It sucks so bad. They definitely know what I want to do. Wait a second. Dude, I can't believe you don't have a 10-10-10 waiver. Chill, bro. Chill. I need him. Is that really it? That sucks. Come on. Give me a good Merlin. Not a Merlin, a waiver. Fuck. My brain hurts. Alright. Well, we'll use definitely use her. And then just in case, bring along a little somebody who can kick his ass. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, let's try that. Fatal battle.
大丈夫。
I see.
落ち着いて。普段通りに。
Weird. Okay, let's look at your skills. Increase attack. Increase MP gauge. Why the fuck not? That's an interesting sound. Increase seed star gather rate. Sure. And then Ray Horizon. First and oh yeah, I forgot she changes forms. We've already used her once before. First and section ascension form. Oh, depending on which one. We now have 1 hour left of this stream. You know, I'm not sure. Let's try this move first, and then we'll use her other skill.
一撃一瞬で終わらせる石灰剣技開始つなげイノテースアロンダイト
Didn't seem to do a lot of damage. I guess it did okay.
ここから砕く詰めたこれで噛み砕く
Dude, leave her alone. Well, you tried to warn me. What? What are you talking about? I didn't see nothing from Caitlin P. Okay, here it is. This is a gimmick fight. Keep Melusine out of the fight till the guts kicks in. Oh, fine. Well, she's not gonna kill my Melusine. Well, he's already got guts. So should I just use the thingy? Let's see what it does. Dude, right. She's a dragon. Now, what's so special about her NP this form, though? Apply Ignore Invisible, increases Buster card, deal heavy damage, and inflicts burn. Okay. I don't get what that has to do with guts. Yeah. So it just nullifies guts? It didn't say that in the description. So this isn't normal, it's just for this fight, right? That's what it sounds like. Sayaku, hayaku, motto hayaku. No single. Alright. She did say she was the only one who could burn it, so, yeah. So she seems like the only servant who can ascension change herself. What happens if you just go into a fight with her already in 3rd ascension? You know? Melusine. That's weird. So it's almost advantageous for you to keep her in that form, like in one of the previous ascensions. Beast! Oh, you got Koyanskaya good. You got her! She all bloodied up now? Yep, that's Lancelot's Erendite. She just destroyed Koyanskaya's spirit core, no question. She's not dead yet, though. She ain't dead. Yes, Nasu is pouring everything into the FGO world, and very little on his other stuff. She's gone! What happened, Melusine? I thought you'd killed her. Lancelot, in this form I am Tamlin Lancelot. I will tell you nothing unless you call me by that name. Not that there's anything I want to tell you in any case. Okay, Lancelot, we won't mention the other name again. But it looks like you're just as strong even without your grifted name. In fact, you might even be weaker as Lancelot. So if you want to go by that name, you won't hear us complain. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. No problem. I'm flattered you think so. But anyway, what happened with Koyanskaya? Should we assume she got away? Well, maybe. I should have gone for her head. Should have gone for the head, not her heart. Yeah, it's true. That beast was still weak since she wasn't fully grown, but she had vitality to spare. If I had to guess, I'd say she has several lives, though she should at least be incapacitated for a few days. It's all thanks to you, Lancelot. Oh good, I knew that of course, but I'm glad to see you do too. This is great! Now old Lord Skelly will stick around for a long time yet! Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back in with regular ocean. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would fall apart, and Lady Ainsel would be sad. Lord Skelly? Is that really what the Mirror Clan called Albion? Yep, it's easy to tell who you mean that way, right? Anyway, why don't we go back? The longer you stay here, the worse you're gonna feel! I'm getting that, yeah. This poison is strong enough to affect spirit origins. I didn't even want to think about the genetic effects it could have on living creatures. Besides, while I'd love to investigate Albion's corpse further, we have something else that needs doing right now. Let's go back to those ruins then. How about you, Lancelot? Dawson, FGO is taking a lot of time. Oh, wait. But money talks, and FGO Gotcha makes a lot of money. It sure does. It sure does. Is she following us? What? What is it? Stare all you want. You've got nothing to find you're not going to find a weakness. It's not that. I was just wondering what you being a living Albion even means. Also, I have to say, Melusine is a lovely name. Can't believe she just blurted that out. Even Habitrot knew better than to bring it up. That has nothing to do with you, and it's not worth talking about. Lancelot is Albion's left claw. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. When the planet turned into the Sea of Nothingness, Albion, who didn't make it back to paradise, exhausted their strength and died when they fell from the sky. But even though their heart had stopped, their flesh lived on. Right before their body completely fell apart, they cut off their left claw. That left claw was Melusine before this new life. It was here in this lake for a long time, not even sure if it was alive or dead. Oh, I didn't see anything like that the last time I was here. I'm sure you didn't. Before I looked like this, I was just a filthy clump of flesh. I had no muscles, no bones, no cilia, no hair, no joy, no fun, no sadness, no suffering. I didn't even know I was a dragon, or what I would have liked, or what I would have liked to be. I may have been alive, but I wasn't truly living. I was just a thing wriggling in the darkness of the bog. You and Enkidu kind of have a lot in common, don't you? But then one day... Oh, it was you! You made her all pretty. Please stop this, Lady Aurora. You're going to dirty yourself. Any creature living in a bog like this must be even filthier than the moors. Why would you say something like that? Just look at how much it's struggling to reach the light. It's okay. This lake is quite shallow. I'm sure even I can help it. Oh, this picture. Ugh, what is that thing? It looks like a rotten fruit. What? Please get away from it, Lady Aurora. You'll ruin your dress. Oh my, you poor thing. You must be so cold. You're not a water fairy, are you? Hello there, darling one. Or good morning, I think. Yes, that's better. My name is Aurora. What's yours? Now that we're friends, could I offer you some tea? Oh, only if you like, of course. I met someone who had no reservations about cradling a creature like me in her arms. It was the first time I'd seen something beautiful. That was when I gained this form. I was no more than a bunch of cells, but once I saw her, I knew I wanted to be just like her. That was the first thing I ever wanted. This is like the sacred prostitute for Enkidu. Yeah, very similar idea. And now I have this body, along with the name she gave me, Melusine. So you didn't have muscles or bones or even cilia to transport cells? You must have been something like an amoeba then. But then once you saw a model for a new way to be, you transformed into a fairy? Yes, that's right. Amazing, isn't it? It truly was a miracle. Nobody else would have ever thought to go into that dark, muddy bog, let alone cradle me like that. That's why my life belongs to her. My whole reason for being is making her wishes come true. But she had duties she couldn't neglect, so we couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the Earth, Wind, King, and Fang clans were so afraid of the calamity that they began fighting amongst themselves again. So at the High Queen Morgan's suggestion, I became Tamlin Lancelot to bring the fighting to an end. So that's why you're the only Tamlin who doesn't have her own army or domain. Tristan, Bobanshi hates fairies. Gawain, Barghest loves fairies, humans too. What about you, Lancelot? How do you feel about them? Did you just start caring for Percival on a whim? No, I didn't. I love Percival deeply. Love? I watched over him for 10 years, ever since he was a little boy. Every time he grew bigger or stronger, my heart felt like it would burst with joy, uncertainty, loneliness, and gratitude. I wasn't the best mentor, sister, or even friend. I've dreamed of a future where Percival could live happily. like the humans in proper human history. So many times, though. But not only did he decline the High Queen Morgan's invitation, he went and formed that silly Round Table army. You want more Tsukihime? Yeah. Who knows what's in store in the future? I don't know how he turned out to be such a delinquent. I certainly didn't raise him that way. If you're really worried about Percival, you could still fight beside him. I can't do that. I have to be a Tamlin. That's why I obey High Queen Morgan. Whether the Child of Prophecy's cause is just or not doesn't matter. I made a deal with Her Majesty. I had my reasons, and I'm going to honor the deal. Fair enough. Alright, this should be far enough. Besides, it's time I return to Camelot. I'll see you later, on the battlefield, as enemies. You're really gonna fight Percival? He chose this path for himself. I have to respect that. But don't tell him you talked to me. It'll only be painful for him. Bye! Good luck in the battle at Camelot! To infinity and beyond! Well, there she goes. She left as quickly as she came, just like the last time. Mirror, does that mean she... It's okay, it's all in the past now. I'm not upset. Everyone in the Mirror Clan can see the future. We all knew when we were going to die. And it's hard to tell present from future. We feel like we're dead from the moment we're born. That sucks. So we have no regrets, no desire for revenge or anything like that. Dying just hurt, that's all. I do feel bad for Einzel, though. She was our leader, our princess, so she was always worried about the whole clan's future. She put so much pressure on herself, always worried about how to find a way for us all to survive. She put all that on herself. She kept apologizing to the whole clan, right up to the moment we all died. The truth is, she's the one who was supposed to become a Night Call. But I didn't want her to keep having to apologize to us, even after we all died, so I volunteered to be the messenger instead. Messenger? So you have a message for the Child of Prophecy? Yup. There's no bell of pilgrimage in this city. Only the clan heads have those. And since Einzel was destroyed along with her, I'm afraid you'll have to find a replacement somewhere else. Also, this is kind of hard to say, but... Mirror, you're... It's okay, Sarah. Just let's hear what she has to say. I just now realized that this is a she-ghost. The last thing Einzel had to say was... You're still getting the Skeletor voice, though. The Child of Prophecy will come here twice! The first time will be to live. The second time will be to die. I see. Thank you, Mirror. I'll remember that, I promise. Take care of yourself, okay? I'm glad you turned out to be such a kind Child of Prophecy. Make sure you don't hold anything back or second-guess yourself. Just go out there and save Britain. Save the rest of us, fairies. What a good Skelly. Yeah, switch on the Holy Knight too would be dope, if that were a thing. Ow, 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 ow. I can't believe this. How could she have crushed my heart through the six-tail clone I sent out? Ugh, what a disaster. All that work I did to raise one of my tails, gone just like that. plan was to send one of my 9 lost tails to each Lostbelt, so they could all learn and gain unique experiences. And once all 9 tails had matured, I was going to become a beast that would have easily surpassed that swarmy fox maiden. But now the whole thing's ruined. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to give up then. Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, since there are only 7 Lostbelts. Say what? Alright, let's try to look at the bright side of this. Do I cut my losses and move on, or do I stay put? Albion's body was just a pile of bones, and since it doesn't have any fur, there's no way for me to control it. And Lady Melusine is no longer a beast, but a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire her either. It'd be a pretty big loss if I pulled out of Britain right now, but I don't see much reason to stay at this point. Well, at least I found some good reference material for the private casino resort and private primate zoo I plan to build one day. What on earth? I do feel bad about leaving Lady Murian to the lurch, but... Leaving so soon? So you are every bit as heartless as you seem. Oh my, look what the moth dragged in. Well, if it isn't the so-called Fairy King who asked me to wipe out Woodwose's reinforcements without Lady Sarah finding out. See? She did do it. I told you. Oh wait, never mind. Actually, maybe. I'm assuming she did that too. She wiped out the reinforcements, and then presumably also the Horse Knight, right? I mean, it would make sense. In exchange for telling me where I could find Albion. Of course, you didn't say at the time that the information you were peddling was worthless. You knew Albion was no good to me when you made that deal, didn't you? Of course I did. Why would I go out of my way to help one of Chaldea's enemies? Besides, I only told you where you could find Albion's grave. You getting what you want from it was never part of the deal. Kana. Scoochie, scoochie. Careful, girl. Careful, pupper. There you go. Kana, can you come here? I know you like to be back there, but it's just a little tricky right now. There you go. You're such a good dog. Can't wait to snuggle you after the live stream. 40 minutes. Now, would you cut the sickening slander before I get forcibly reacquainted with my breakfast? Ew. Oh, very well. It may have been no more than a rotted corpse, but it still was the last pure-blooded dragon. Even if I couldn't make it my kin, I'm still able to extract some valuable information from its bone structure. Dude, there are still plenty of amazing visual novels beyond Type Moon. I've got a video on White Album 2 coming out next month. It should at least provide a good base structure for the Grand Tamamo Shrine. The AAA Advanced Inventing Armament currently still under construction at NFF. Services headquarters. Where is that headquarters anyway? Now then, if you'll excuse me, Prince Devious, I must be going. I do hope you enjoy playing Guide to Chaldea. You're looking for a weapon that can destroy the world, right? I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now we need all the help we can get, even from a beast. I have an idea where you can find an even stronger product that's right up your alley. So if I were you, I wouldn't cut my losses in Britain just yet. I like how the villains in this story just are fun characters either way. Orkney. Oh. Mashu time! I'm playing Baldur's Sky right now as well. That one seems pretty cool so far. Oh yeah, he might be talking about Black Barrel, but I don't think that really... It has to be something from Britain, you know? Maybe he's gonna teach her how to use, Cernunos, Orkney, and a Phaera 400 after the fall of Londinium. Totorot, where did Ash go? She went to check on the World Tree. I mean the Tree of Emptiness. She says she's going to wither it until it dies. Then she'll end the Fae era and create a new land. I see. I wish there was something I could do for her, but there isn't. It's all gone. All of it. Everything, Ash. Everything we all worked for destroyed, just like that, for no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the only one who gets to survive. That I get to stay behind in the future. Mashu. You've got all that wrong, Mashu. You're not staying behind in the future. You're going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged to the Fae era in the first place. So it's good that you're going back. Even Ash said this would wrap everything up nice and neat. That didn't cheer you up? Fine, if you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. A promise that'll prove you coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right. You know, I used to be a real jerk before I lost to Ash. I was violent and selfish, and everyone else in the Wing Clan hated me. But then I joined Ash and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but it also kind of felt empty. Like there was a big hole in my heart. I used to wonder what I really wanted to do, what I should do, and what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mashu. Remember when you told me about Habitrot, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which me is right, this Lostbelt me or the me from proper human history, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds so happy I've decided that's who I want to be. Oh. You gave me a dream worth living for, Mashu. And I don't mean the dream of becoming Habitrot from proper human history. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married.
Time loops, predestination paradox.
She wouldn't have met Habitrot if she did not first create Habitrot. How confusing. Which one came first? The chicken or the egg? You will never know. It is impossible. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm gonna hold on to it forever. I'm always gonna be grateful you came here. So you just wait right here, and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great tailor, and see off at least 100 brides. Yeah, good luck. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true, too. I mean, if I can make 100 brides happy, that'll definitely help me become a real grown-up. Right. That's right, knowing you, Totorot. I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Right? So there's the promise. It's okay if you forget it as long as you keep waiting here. The next time we meet, I'm gonna be able to make a wonderful dress that'll look absolutely smashing on you. That reminds me of the Wild Thornberries robot chicken section, which is like one of the funniest freaking things I've ever seen. And so Mashu, the first Tamlin, entered her slumber. Oh, it would be wrong for a human girl named Mashu to exist in the Fae era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Tamlin, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Ash. You know, Ash, I still don't get why you're helping Mashu. I'm not too smart, but even I can tell you won't gain anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna ask anything more. I guess Koyanskaya got screwed, yeah. You wish 7th expansion had an English release of Umineko? Yeah. Yeah, but Mashu didn't know about that at the time, right? You're about to kill the Tree of Emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are gonna die, right? Then our journey together is over. I'm gonna go back to the south and work on my fairy training. And this time I'll do it for me. See you later, Ash. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Totoro. Training for your own sake is all well and good, but don't forget what I taught you either, okay? You think Oberon killed Red Rabbit? That would be weird. You're taking off, Dawson? Catch you later. My diary, page 14,800. Dude, that thing is a thick boy. That boy be thick, boy! It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known far and wide as a first-class seamstress. I've even seen more than 100 brides off. Well, you have, but my wish hasn't come true. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work so well lately. My eyesight is fading, and I can barely hold this pen. Okay. So you're telling... Oh, when you say horse knight, you're talking about that bitch with the mirror. So Oberon probably killed him with the buggy bugs, as you said, while Koyanskaya went and killed the reinforcements that didn't show up. Okay, that's fair enough. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Ash quit being its savior, war between the clans resumed, worse than ever. Now it's the year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Ash said this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. Mashu told me it still exists in the future. Okay, nobody should find me in here. I sat down in the corner of a northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working, my mouth stopped moving, and my mind started going blank. Huh, I must have been even more tired than I thought. Let's see, 2019... Sheffield's Castle Town. I sprinkled the petrification powder Grimmer made for me on my head. I hear the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's the winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. Ash's return from Orkney, the world's end. The last war. There's no more Uther, no more Round Table, no more Ector, no more Grimmer. It's just her and the War of Winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Ash, but fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the Fae era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The last time a savior vanishes from history and disappears from everyone's memory. Dude, this story is epic. It'll be fun to have it all pieced together. The Coast of the End. Orkney. Jesus. Come on, game.
That's too many nodes! That's too many nodes! Node! No to the nodes!
About time we made it. So this is the northernmost point in Britain, huh? If this were proper human history's Britain, we'd be to ride around Edinburgh, I'd say. Edinburgh, I guess. But it looks like this is about as far north as this version of Britain goes. I'd heard it was cold here, but I still wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere near this chilly in the south. That white stuff snow? Those are the tears of the Rain Clan. They're all that remain of the Rain Clan after it was wiped out in Fey Era 4000. Well, okay, so it's kind of confusing. When Fate... Alright, so the dates that they're giving us in Fate Grand Order are like 2 years ahead, just like it was from JP, was 2 years back. So what is 2019 for us would have been 2017 for them. And the tricky thing is, they're trying to go chronological, so now obviously we're in 2023, but they're still treating the story as if it's actually progressing in annual years from that very first time, you know? So whether you're playing the North American or the Japanese version, those years change, which is kind of confusing. And they no longer match the year that we're in, because Fate Grand Order started in the present day when we actually had the game released, that's the idea. But less time has happened in FGO time than has happened in the real world, you know what I mean? It's kind of confusing. There was song of grief and admonition to the other clans, and an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Who is this Fairy of Paradise? And no wonder Habitrot knows about where Mashu is now. Exactly what it sounds like. A fairy who came from paradise. Don't worry, it'll all make sense soon. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain Clan die out? Was it Moors? Northern Fairies? Nope. The Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing clans all joined forces to wipe them out in one night. An alliance between 4 clans, that would definitely be enough to wipe out a single clan. I thought the clans all hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So how and why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? Good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain Clan more. Strong common enemy and all that. Were the other clans just that afraid of the Rain Clan? Were they just that powerful? Not at all. The Rain Clan was a quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Mirror Clan. The whole reason they took up residence here in the north was out of a desire not to fight the clans in the south. Then why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. Huh? They took pity on her when she was washed up here from paradise, and raised her as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that, at all. They were all, no way we're letting her go on her pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this. What do they even mean by pilgrimage? Sorry, no more chit-chat for now. You've got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Hey, Wolf! Who's here? We got the other doggo. Get the black dog and the white dog. Oh wow, what a beautiful wolf. And its fur looks so warm. Yeah, there's almost something godly about it. Wait, it actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby? Woof. It's heading off that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yep, there's a little boat up ahead I used myself a long time ago. We can take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride, and once we get there, my adventure will be over. Oh. Crazy, crazy. This whole thing is a time loop. Big-ass time loop. Wait, not a berserk. I don't want... Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna go with my usual party. Why the hell not? Hello, Darkest God. Looks like the wolf's headed toward a campfire? Yeah, and there's another wolf already there, along with... Oh, there's more than one wolfie. Hey, there you are, Frecky. Want some of this fish Moonin caught? Roof. That's a servant, Sarah. This means there's been another proper human history servant besides Oberon here? No, wait, I recognize that robe. Hey, Sarah, about time you got here. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Wah! Cuchulainn? Cuchulainn? Whoa there, mind not calling me that? It really drags the Spirit Origins output down. I'm pretending to be someone else. Around here, I've gone by Grimmer for a long, long time now. Don't forget it. Ah, Grimmer. Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but... Wasn't that also another name for the Norse Allfather? What, you didn't tell him about me, Habitrot? Not even after I bailed you out in Sheffield? Yikes, there was so much happening back then that I didn't realize at the time. But you've really gotten old, Grimmer. What are you talking about? I'm about as young as I ever was. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm the second generation. Sorry to disappoint. Man, I had no idea time could be so brutal. Ash would drop dead in shock if she saw you now. So you're Grimmer the Sage, Cuchulainn. How does that work? Sure. I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting, is it? But first I've got to see if the Child of Prophecy there is the real deal or not. Oh. It's that kind of fight, huh? Damn, this guy means business. Is it alright if we fight back, Sarah? I think so. Got it. It seems this man's much less nice than your usual acquaintances, Sarah. I don't know why, but something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him.
Let's get him, guys!
I'm gonna roasty toasty your little puppies! Sounds horrible. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. I thought I could wait, but I cannot. I think we can safely say that Mashu is definitely no longer jailbait. She's at least 2,400 years old now. Crazy, crazy. At least relative to this Lostbelt. Yes, Mashu is definitely the senpai as far as I'm concerned. Bow to your senpai. You bastard. Is that a whole turn? I mean, that is kind of your normal stick, isn't it? 3 left. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna have to take out your little puppies. 'Cause I got nothing else to do this turn. Bye-bye, Buster. Oh, revenge puppies. You know, I didn't see that coming. Who's getting Wicker Man? Someone's getting Wicker Man. Uh-oh. We're gonna get the Wicker Man. Is that AoE? Of course it is. Eat that bitch. Except he's probably gonna just kill her again anyway. Oh, nope. Nope. Oh, but I'm also on fire. If I can survive this turn then... Well, you're dead no matter what, buddy. Your ass is grass. Let's let Morgan do... Actually, no. Revenge strike. That should do. That should do. Yeah, but why Odin? This is Britain. I don't understand why I have so much, like, Celtic and Scottish and other things here when it's supposed to be Britain. I'm having a hard time wrapping my poor little brain around that. So, the Child of Prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she's never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is. Dude, you started it, bitch. I have nothing to say to a kid who can't even be civil. Go on, get out of here. But you were the one who said bring it on! Isn't that right, Sarah? Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him. What are you talking about, Mashu? Yeah, Mashu was expected, in the original timeline, Mashu is below the age of 18 and she was expected to die at the age of 18. Once we completed the Temple of Time, Bo extended her life, and so she's able to have her birthday and not die. So she hasn't been jailbait for a while, but it's just the joke. Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him! Grimmer didn't say anything like that. Nope, I sure didn't. I just made a fire because it's so cold out here. Liar. What are you, a damn child? Sulking like a brat just because you lost? Yep, that's Grimmer, all right. He might be all grown up now, but he's still mean as ever. All right, Grimmer. Tell us what's going on here. How long have you been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like... Grimmer, this wouldn't happen to be your second time being summoned here, would it? If so, would the first time be long ago, back in Fey era? And the second time be, well, now? Oh-ho, we got a clever one here, hmm? Guess you'd have to be, since you're already saved humanity once. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now. Now that I've crossed stabs with you, I can tell for sure that you're the Child of Prophecy, the Fairy of Paradise. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Grimmer the Sage. My true name is Ku Hullen. I'm a heroic spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I was summoned here as the divine spirit of Odin. This time around, I've been standing guard here day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf. Strangey, strangey, strange. Alright, this may be our final node for today, but we'll find out. What time is it there? It's 8:49, so we got like 10 minutes. The Divine Spirit. So then, is this one of those god beings you told me about, Sarah? But he's so affable. He's not the least bit majestic. That's about the reaction I was going for. You're a lot more amiable than I expected. You're right. I'm not at all majestic. I might be here as Odin's proxy, but I'm still just another heroic spirit, like that old man over there. So how about you just call me Grimmer, you know? Like a friendly old brother sort. You know, I'm reading Jen's stuff. British lore was Celtic because the island's culture was Celtic before the Roman conquest, and influenced it by even after that, yeah. No way. I'm young in mind and in body. Know why? 'Cause I bit it before I got old. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. Kinda. Stop going under the power strip. Oh my gosh. Crazy dog. She's such a good girl. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. I bet a whole fate thing. Yume o mite ita, ano hi no kage ni todokanai sakebi. But never mind that. I've got some explaining to do first, don't I? Unfortunately, my role here is more than a little complicated. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Sarah. You too, child of prophecy. First up, my relationship to Chaldea. I'm the same heroic spirit you formed a contract with in Fuyuki. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the Throne of Heroes. But I retain my records of you, Olga Marie, and King Arthur, who's still holding her ground here. I see. You're talking about Singularity F, or Singularity X as Chaldeans defined it. The one that took place in Fuyuki in 2004. I've seen the data on that incident too. And I'm pretty sure any servant that's been dismissed would never bring any records back with them. You can thank my Divine Spirit for stepping in on that. Hell, in my case, you couldn't even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch out for you guys from Chaldea. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom, see? And apparently, he looked into the future and saw we needed to do something here before things got real bad. By here, I mean he meant Fuyuki and Britain, and by do something he meant... well, it seems to come down to, in a word, recovery. See, this god's had his eye on this Lostbelt for a hell of a long time. A multi-dimensional eye, specifically. He first summoned me here 6,000 years ago to aid the Fairy of Paradise. I was on the first Grimmer, the Sage. He was a pseudo-servant possessing a local fairy's body. So is this the Odin from proper human history? Or the Odin from the Lostbelt, probably proper human history. I remember. He was about 14 years old, and he had a sword instead of a staff. Did he now? Well, ain't that something? What kind of kid was he? He was a real brat, always getting into trouble. Ash leaned on him a lot, though. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear. Yep, after we parted ways with Ash, the two of us talked a lot. You made that magic power for me and came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right? Yep. The previous Grimmer disappeared because Ash revoked his contract or because she killed the Tree of Emptiness. But before he disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if his Lostbelt swapped places with reality. He knew that once humanity's everybody dies ending, the incineration of humanity, had been resolved, there'd be no avoiding the bad ending, the reconstruction of humanity. All the necessary conditions were in place. So he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some of the load off Chaldea. And I'm the pseudo-servant he chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he conferred his authority upon me, making me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fuyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldea. After that, he sent me here to Britain, where humanity would be in a real dire straits if someone didn't step in. Though I had no idea about Grimmer the Sage before I got here. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history. I didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Sarah in that regard. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what had happened in the era of the High Queen. I learned about the calamities, the clans, Morgan, the Tamlin, the transition from the Fae era to the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower here, I put most of the pieces together. I knew then that my job was to wait for you guys here. To ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to paradise. So, what does that even mean, dude? Don't overthink it. It's just like Fuyuki. Now I can't even remember who the hell Hugin and Moonin were. So wait, are you saying he is from the Lostbelt? I'm still really blah. Don't overthink it. It's just like Fuyuki. From here on, I'm gonna accompany you on your journey. I'll act as one of your servants and all that. In exchange, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to fulfill Einzel's prophecy. The promise Ash couldn't keep. I guess Kid Me was too soft to get the job done. But that's the job Grimmer the Sage is here to do. It's an awfully roundabout way of summoning a servant to help, but I'm glad to have you on board, Grimmer the Sage. First off, we'd love to hear what you know about the Fae era and the era of the High Queen, but before that... You don't gotta tell me. You're looking for the shield girl, right? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally I couldn't agree more with that stance. Besides, I'm sure she knows more about the Fae era than I do, so you may as well hear it from her instead. Are you sure about this? Hey, our goals are basically the same. All you gotta do is help me with mine. So you know where Mashu is, then does that mean... Yep, she's by the Bell of Pilgrimage. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower's right at the top. Well, that makes this simple. Come on, Sarah, let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. We got some real nasty things to get past between here and there. God damn it. You look like the kind of ghosts you'd see wandering around in foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you'd think. You still gotta get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just because they're ghosts. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder to fight than any other you've faced so far. Meh. Alright, well, that wraps it up. We are at 5 hours, 58 minutes. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to set up the stream for tomorrow. I'm probably going to do it, about a half hour earlier than I did today. Yep. We will finally fight our way to get Mashu tomorrow. No, there's always going to be more dai-chan content. Don't worry about it. But yes. Man, this thing has been a absolute mindfuck. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to subscribe for more anime goodness. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.